All right. Good morning, Philippe. How are you? Oh man, I got a little tinkle in my throat today. I woke up with a little sore throat. I am not excited about that. It's those allergies. Those allergies are nasty this year. Let's see. I'm going to hit record. Welcome everybody to the Game Dev HQ live stream of this RE2 level. I don't know if you guys were able to tune in yesterday to see what we are doing and what we've accomplished so far. Hello, Sook. Hello, Tabby. All right, so let me just go ahead and turn on all of our cool stuff right here so you could see what we've built. So we got inspired by the idea of building that Resident Evil 2 police station. And so what we've done is we've actually gone in and let me get my mic all lined up. Stay, Mike, stay. We've actually gone in and created this entire scene using modular assets from our Filebase system. So let me just kind of dip inside of here. This would be the main atrium of our police station. And I know it's only 2 stories tall. We may add a 3rd story, not quite sure. Still contemplating it. We added our doors yesterday, and what we started doing is filling in these areas with assets. Assets particular to the Resident Evil 2, the original PlayStation 2 level. And of course, we don't have all the assets that they used yet, but we have assets in our library that we can use to help kind of fill in and imitate what they did. So, like, for this example, I guess right here, we were working on this yesterday to kind of fill in this hallway. And though we didn't have every single asset that was available, and let me just go ahead to this point where we can actually see. Right over here, we didn't have these tables and some of these panels and things like that. We do have some pipes and things we can run up above. So we got kind of creative and we said, well, instead of panels, how about we put wooden crates there? And, that worked out. That was a great suggestion by Tom Fox. And then we added in, instead of like a bunch of electrical generators right here, which we didn't have, let's go ahead and put some shelving. Let's put some lockers. Let's put some other things up on here. And this will substitute for those assets. So right now what we're going to do is we're going to keep filling this scene in with stuff. That's basically what our goal is. We're going to build in the rest of these hallways. And then we got to get to this big bad mamma jamma over here and put in, if you do recall, walking into the hallway, there was like this desk over here with this terminal. And there's the police officer that's wounded over here in the 2nd remake, but not in the original, because he's actually in a different part of the police office in the remake. But yeah, so we got a couple things we got to do, and we will push forward and start making that thing happen. Before I get started, how's everyone doing today? Tom, you're here, buddy. How's it going? Justin's here. We got Philippe. We got Kadir, a couple other people. Good to have you on. Why are we doing this? It's simply because, man, coronavirus is here and it sucks and there's nothing we could do about it. But instead of just sitting at home and saying, well, I'm just going to kick back up and watch some video games and, be upset about life, I just said, you know what, let's build a video game level out completely. Let's get this thing going. Let's be productive if we got to stay home. let's do something amazing and kind of just show off what we're creating. So that's kind of why we're doing what we're doing. And honestly, the feedback has been very positive, and I'm very happy about that. And it's really, it's always something I like to do because I sometimes run into errors on Filebase that maybe I don't even notice, maybe I don't even recognize are there, and the only time I can is if I'm actually testing out Filebase. Just to give you an idea, some of you guys were saying Filebase, 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 Filebase. Filebase is a system that we created for GDHQ. It started internally as a way for us to build assets to create our courses for Game Dev HQ, and it turned into something a lot bigger. Currently, right now, you can see we're using 42 assets from Game Dev HQ's Filebase. So there's palettes, blood, surfaces, detail, all this other stuff. And then we got the doors and interior hallways and stuff like that. This is 42 out of 1,046 different types of assets. And that's currently available. I got a ton I still got to put up. And that's what we use to build this entire environment right now. And we're not stopping anytime soon. So, yeah, I mean, it's incredible what you can do with a simple subscription. Generally speaking, oh, I still got to put a door here. Bad Al. Generally speaking, the pro membership runs $150 a year, but we're running a special discount. If you see on our screen on the very bottom, it says F Corona 2020. You put that in, and then it becomes $99 a year. That's like $9 a month to get access to all of our courses, which cover, 2D shooter, how to build your first 2D shooter video game. We've got the 2.5D. We got a 2D mobile game that's like Castlevania. In fact, I was playing Bloodstained. I was playing Bloodstained, and then I downloaded Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and my wife was watching me play it, and she's like, "Are you playing your own video game again?" That's how similar the game is to that type of genre, side-scrolling hack and slash kind of thing. So if it's something you want to learn there. But not only do you get access to all the tutorials, you get access to Filebase to help you build your level. Before I do this, though, I want to make sure I grab a door and drop it into this area. So this is hallway press room number 4. And I need to grab a door. Instead of searching through Filebase or all my assets right here to find where the door is, I'd like to have a little bit of a simpler way to go about it. So I'm just going to go and search. I could either go two things. I could search door, and in doing that, I could look for what asset specifically I want, or I can go to my view downloads page, and I can go to, this is third page. Where's the second page? Right here. Okay, and here are the doors that are currently in my project. So I'm just going to hit doors 29 through 36, and that is going to locate for me where door 29 through 36 is. I go into my FBX, and I pick which door I want. I think door number 33 looks fantastic, so I will drop that into scene. And instead of actually going and grabbing this asset and moving over, I'm just going to select my floor right here. I'm going to right click on the transform and hit copy component. And then I'm going to grab my door 33 and I'm going to paste my component values. That'll just make things a little bit easier. And I'm going to move this into position, rotate, and we'll set our door into our frame. I press F, like in Frank, to focus. And I'm just going to turn off. Actually, I don't even need to because we're never going to go through this door. It is just there for looks. But it'll fill that room up. All right, so let's go ahead and go back to our PlayStation Long Play. And I want to check out this room real quick and see what this is all about. Yes, Tia Moore, we're just going to be doing level design on YouTube. I'm hoping all week long. I'm hoping I could do this basically till Friday, and we'll finish this whole level. And then we have some zombies and some third-person character controls that we're going to drop into this thing. and let's feel it out. Let's see if this thing works. I got some door scripts that I built the other day, so we'll see if those work. We're just going to make a scene. It's going to be fun. Let's see, Justin asked about the 3D packages. It's Filebase. You'll learn more about it as we're going along. You'll see if it's something that's interested to you. Peggy, thank you for YouTube for not refreshing. Finally here. Hey, I was late. I suck when it comes to like the time zones. So I'm like 8 a.m. I said 8 a.m. Eastern. I should have said 8 a.m. Pacific because I wanted to get on at 9 a.m. Mountain time, which is my time. So I am going to adjust that on all my stuff. Let's see. Yeah, we're just going to do this stuff because, here's the thing also. Have you guys noticed that a lot of courses teach you how to build games in like cubes and squares and spheres? I think it's really important that if we're going to build a video game, we're going to tell you guys how to build it. We need to show you how to build games that are actually being built today. And, I know the low poly thing is cute and sexy, but let's be honest, the ones that make the most money are like the AAA ones. Those are the big dogs right there. So let's learn how to build those. So, and to learn how to build those, we need characters, we need environments, we need props, we need to know how all that stuff works properly. All right. So, okay, so we have this environment. We have these classroom desks, because this is kind of the press room. So let's go ahead and make that happen. I need to go to Filebase. And I'm hoping I loaded them up. I think I did. All right, so we got some classroom. And those I don't think are... I think I have better ones. Do I? Let me verify. Because this is my cheap plastic chair, but it is a desk. So yeah, we will substitute that with our desk right here. So let's go ahead and download that. So to use Filebase, heck, I know everyone would love my password, but you can't have it. And we're just going to go ahead and click download, and it's going to import right into our scene. How do you get Filebase? You sign up for a pro membership. And then you go ahead and go to GameDev HQ. And then you go ahead and log on over to the Filebase tab right here on the top right. And then inside of here, you have a download now. Once you click that download now, it drops this package into your computer, into your downloads folder. It should be something like 3.1.1.unity. You drop it into Unity, and then you're able to go to Windows, just like I do. Windows, Filebase, and then it starts up. Yes, password 1234. Give that a shot. Okay, so 43. Go ahead and click on view downloads, and now I can see where my asset is. And a lot of this is folded up and hidden, so I'm just gonna hit locate. It will take me right to where my office chair is. And the beautiful thing is we try to package all our Filebase assets up so that you don't have to do the extra work. So when you pull these in, the materials are attached, and we also aim at minimizing the amount of textures that are going to be applied. So if we can attach a bunch of textures to one object or multiple objects, we will. So that came out wrong. If I can attach one texture to multiple objects, I will. So in this instance, we have the office chair and we have our classroom chair, both sharing the same textures, both sharing the same UV map. That way, Unity has to work half as hard. So I'm going to go ahead and grab these classroom chairs, and let's just drop this into scene. And since I already selected that floor, I'm just going to right click and hit paste component values, and it will drop my chair right where I want it. So let's just get a vibe of this room. I want to get an overall sense. So it's just a bunch of chairs in the center. We have desks and filing cabinets all around the side. So I already have desks located inside of our environment already. Now, I know I already have this desk. So if I clicked on this desk, if I already have it, it already says locate. So I don't have to download it a second time. So I find the desk that is already here. And here's the office desk. I'm going to go ahead and drag this in. Oops. Let's drag this in right here. And we'll paste component values. And it looks like they have desks lining up the walls. So I'm just going to go ahead and set those here. And I'll duplicate that again. And I'm going to reduce the size just a little bit. You don't want to over distort your transformations. You want to keep it relatively close to what it has. Otherwise, your mesh is really going to get all jacked up. So let's see how this looks. Yeah, it looks like I have desks over here, all around. Let's give it another play. My password is password 111. Okay, walk around this place. Okay, look at that. Oh, so we have a desk and this board. What is this, like a dry erase board? So I don't need this third desk here. What I need is a board, and I have a board here. Let me see if I can see it. Not cubicle dividers. No, I'm gonna have to look for it on Filebase. Now, one of the things that has always been really important to us when we built Filebase is when you download an asset pack, usually it comes with like 10,000 assets. It's 3 gigabytes in size, and it's very heavy. That's what I want right here. I know I download boards, exit sign. It's very heavy on your scene. So for me, what I always wanted was a tool that didn't dump a gigabyte worth of information into my project, so I can only use 3 assets. That's what I didn't want to have happen, and I noticed that happens a lot in downloading different asset packs. And here I'm gonna turn off these, and I'm in this press room, so I'm going to turn these ones off right now, just so I get all the information I need. It's not like it's slowing anything down, but so this way I can just download the things I want. So if I did collaborate this with, say, another friend, and I'm like, hey, let's work together on a project, I don't have to sit and wait for Collaborate to upload 10 gigabytes for one project that really should only take 200 megabytes to do. So something really important to think about, something that we really pushed hard for to make sure we didn't fall into that trap. So that's why we kind of run with things the way they are. Okay, look, so there's this wooden platform over here, and we have a what do you call this? This is a podium right here. Another chalkboard, another table over here. So let's see. Do I have a good wooden floor? Well, let's go take a look at our interiors. In here, this is a nice tile. I don't know if that will work. We may have to be a little creative. Tiles. That's not wood. Let me see. Let's go to Filebase. And we're just going to hit the view more. And let's see, do I have a good wood floor here? It looks like it's all tiles so far, except for our interior staircase, which has wood and it has pillars as well. Let's see. I have modular wooden floors. That may be something of interest we could use. I don't know if this looks too rugged, but let's think about this for a second. Man, we've got a lot of stuff. I mean, when you really look at it, holy crap, we have so many things to choose from. Occasionally it does this, and this is okay because it is going back to the server to check, hey, did I put up anything else that's new? So I am going to probably go with number 2. Let's take a look. We could probably use these wooden pallets right here as our floor. Or is it worthwhile? Or should we just put something else in? I don't know. Yeah, I think it's probably going to be worthwhile. So, yeah, we can go ahead and add this in. So let's just go ahead and hit download. So real quick, guys, I know you guys are just hopping on. What are you guys working on right now? What kind of games are you guys building? I know Tom is building a really neat dungeon, randomly generated dungeon game. I don't know if it's going to be first person or not, but I do know that the levels are going to be set up as like prefabs that randomly generate as you move along. So it's kind of like oh, what's that game with that oh, there's a game that's played online a lot that's it's got a lot of gothic nature in it. I forget the name of it. Oh, that was a horrible example. I probably shouldn't have mentioned it, but let's see. I'm gonna place that right there. Let's place this right here. Now, there's no easy way to snap the two, so we were joking around. You know, Al's whole tutorial is like V for Victor, V for vector, and yeah, it's a lot of vector snapping. If you hold I use certain shortcuts to make my life easy, and one of them is I hold the V as in Victor to do a vector snap between assets, so that I'm not manually trying to align them, which can be quite the pain in the tush. Another thing I noticed is my column on this side is actually cutting through over here. So I'm actually going to just delete this column because I really don't need it. The wall is actually coming up right over here, so we'll do that. This wall, though, is actually cutting, or this column right here is actually cutting in. So I'm going to push this column up quite a bit to make sure it doesn't enter into my realm on the other side. And whatever the user can't see is a good thing. So it's cutting into this box, so just push this box out of the way. And it's like we intended it to be this way. Perfect. Am I thinking Diablo? No. Okay, I'm going to have to find it now. It is Twitch. Following. No, browse. It's right at the top. It's this little thing. It's like a Legend of Zelda world that what is it called? Beat Saber. No. Wow. Borderlands 3. I started playing that. That is an amazing game. I still have to play Outer Worlds, but Borderlands 3 is sick. The Binding of Isaac. That's what I was thinking. Binding of Isaac uses like randomly generated dungeon explorer elements. Really good. Do you guys watch Twitch? If you do, who do you like? I gotta say, my favorite streamer by far is a dude named Eternal Enigma. I watch his stuff all the time. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't watch it too much because he starts streaming really late at night, and I'm usually asleep by then. But yeah, I love watching his stuff. Okay, so we did that. We got a table and a podium. And let's see, I know I have a table, and I know I had a podium built. So let's go ahead and grab that table real quick. Table. There you go. Table, bench. Nope, that's not the one. Let's see. I have to search for it here, because this is going to get very big very quickly. Or actually, you know what I'll do is I'll just grab these tables over here. Duplicate, move down. We'll rotate the position. We'll set that up right here. And then hopefully we get to see what's on the other side of this wall. So there's this like back room area, which kind of kills the purpose of this door. Let me see something. I don't think we built this back room area and we're missing it. But I also don't want to cut into any other elements. So let's see. Liquor hallway. Let me turn this on. So that goes all the way over there. Waiting room over there. So we're not going to run into any issues there. So we need to actually build out this back room. So I'm going to do a duplicate onto my floor. And it's going to be relatively small. It's probably only going to be this big. And I'm going to take my wall element. I'll duplicate this and rotate it around. And I just want the wall to cover just enough right here. I should have left the doorway in there because I'm going to need the door frame. And I'll duplicate this wall element right here. And we'll just quickly build this environment. It should take us no time at all. It is okay to have like wall elements snap into each other. All we're doing is we're hiding it from the viewer. So as long as the viewer doesn't see it, it won't be an issue. I would always check all the other sides to make sure that we're all good and clean. Peggy used to watch Twitch. Oh man, I still can't stop watching Twitch. So I am a freelancer, a motion graphic design freelancer, and it's honestly what I do to make sure I don't like go nuts. Because when you're stuck at home and you're not talking to people, you can start talking to yourself a little bit. You don't want to be that person. So I try to make sure that Twitch stays on, so I never start doing that. And also it never gets lonely, because it can be lonely at times when you're a freelancer. but with the Twitch on all the time, I never feel that way. I feel like, oh, there's somebody always there kind of talking in the background. It's like being in an office. Okay, so real easy to do. I need to bring back this. I need to put a doorway entrance right there. So this is wall 4. So I'm going to go to my interior hallway 4. And I believe I have a set of these modular room elements come with and these are beautiful. I don't know if you guys know this, but these are beautiful. There's 3 materials, 9 textures total that covers, I don't know, maybe like 20, 25 different assets. So it's very optimized for game development. So I'm just going to drop wall 4 in. I will paste my transform component values. I'll move this right over and rotate it. I'll press the F button to focus, and I'm going to go to V to vector snap to this wall right here. And now I got this beautiful entryway. I need a door frame though, because this looks ridiculous. So I'm just going to go ahead and grab another one of these doors again, because I should have left it in originally. I wasn't quite thinking. It's still early in the morning. I'm still kind of foggy in the head. So door 29, I'm going to grab door 33, drop this into scene, and let me compress this a little bit. And let's go ahead and put this in the press room. I am going to paste the transform, and we'll go back and rotate this around and position this right here, and then I'm going to hide my door. We separated these as 2 different elements, so you guys could easily, just by clicking the pivot, open these doors however you want them. But in this instance, we're just going to shut that down, but it creates this nice little door frame that we can walk through. It looks good. It looks good. There's a slight little clip right here, so we may need to move these pallets forward just a touch, and then we'll save that. And then when he walks into this area back here, it looks like there's a fireplace, and there's also some columns and just a bunch of junk and some knights. So fortunately we got both of those, or all, not both, all of those. So we'll go back to Filebase, and we'll go ahead and grab a fireplace. Let's see. So nobody's building any games right now? What's going on? You guys got to build games. Build something. Don't let this day pass you by. All right, so I'm just going to import this in and locate it. And then I'm just going to take this FBX, I'll drop this into scene, and then I'll do a quick paste. And I will move this over. Oh, where'd you go? Oh. Paste component values. Thank you. Let's see. Now, for those of you who may not know, also, I do hold the control button on the PC, the command button on the Mac, while I'm rotating to get 15-degree snaps. It just makes things easier. And I'll just set this right here. I would like you all to know that I personally handmade this chimney. I think it's a fine piece of work on my part. Quite gorgeous. Apparently, I ignored a metallic channel right there, so don't pay attention to that. So I may have to go back and put a note in to fix that. You can always tell it's my work when it's not very good. So we're going to go ahead and stick this here. And then I want to grab a bunch of junk, a bunch of tables, a bunch of crates, and throw that in here as well. So we'll go ahead and grab these elements, rotate that. I'll make it a little offset, duplicate this. Let's go ahead and set this to 0 and rotate this around. We weren't gonna say anything. Yeah, it just happens sometimes. I'm curious. I could probably go back and fix this now. It wouldn't be too big of an issue. Let's see. So we got more tables that I'll align like this. And position against this wall. We'll grab a couple of these chairs. And, this is kind of the easy stuff. This is fun layout level design. Somebody had a question yesterday about is it cheating to use another game to do your level design layout? And I think one of the answers was, when like a Naughty Dog builds a level, they use reference, and that's all we did. Was we're just taking a reference of Resident Evil and we're building a level based on almost like a reference photo of their level design. So I certainly don't consider it cheating. What I just say is that you're drawing from reality, so to speak, and that's exactly what we're doing. So I'm going to grab some crates as well, and I'm going to fill up this room with just junk. So we have some crates that we've already downloaded from Filebase, and they're destroyed pallets. So I'll grab destroyed pallet 1 and 2, and we'll go ahead and paste those component values, and we'll move those over. And this will be more like wall dressing, I would say. It looked really good, kind of stacked behind, let's say, this door frame or this table. We'll stick this right here and move this up just a little bit, and then we'll also rotate this and reposition. And these look great because they have those nails that are just jutting out. They're really obviously considered junk and broken, and I love the look of these things. So here, I'm gonna flip this the other way. There we go. And I will move that over just a little bit. And we got these kind of chairs just positioned everywhere inside. Oh yeah, you absolutely have to imitate Class 6 all the time. Let's see. Well, it isn't a 5-star dust mop. It certainly isn't. I think we're going to have to make a meme about that at some point. I think we're just going to have to make a t-shirt with the mop on it with 5 stars. And when people walk around, they're like, why are you wearing that? Long story, but it makes sense to us. I think that would be an awesome freaking t-shirt. I would probably wear that before I wear a GDHQ monkey t-shirt. Honestly, it's the 5-star mop. Let's see. Do you know about ProGrids? It could help out, lets you snap and move incrementally. Okay, so we've actually been introduced to quite a few assets that are similar to it. Tools that will actually help you build level designs quicker. And I agree. When you get to a point when this is easy for you, this is level design is easy, you just want to go quickly, then I encourage you pick up ProGrids, pick up any other um, application that will allow you to um, build levels quickly. The problem is that oftentimes people don't know how to do the basics, and so they jump right into a plugin and then they don't know how to do the simple stuff in the beginning. So in this instance, I'm trying to ignore using a plugin to help do level design quickly, so folks can see how to do it by hand. And then once they've mastered this by hand, once they feel good and comfortable about layout and level design and importing assets and doing the stuff that really is sort of the straightforward, easy stuff, then I would encourage you definitely put some time and effort into getting yourself acclimated to these level design features that will help you build out and snap out levels quickly. So yeah, no, I totally agree with you, Lynn. There's we've kind of gone back and forth on this, and I think what we've kind of just settled on is when you're ready as a level designer, then it's time to do it. But oftentimes, like right now, most people don't even know what assets we have on Filebase to build a level with, or that it could be used to build a level with. So yeah, that's why I'm just like, let's just go slow, let people see how to just snap in Unity. Let's show people how to rotate in Unity. Why do you need to use modular elements versus huge scale elements? Stuff like that. So that's all we're really doing. But your comment is correct. Once you do get to a point where you're good and you're set to go and you could build these things out, I would encourage you jump to one of those and start knocking out some amazing content very quickly. Okay, so we have this, we have that. What I want to do also is, where was I? What was I thinking? I need to grab one of these boards and put those on the wall. Destroyed pallets. Where is this? Boxes, cardboard. Oh, we could definitely use some boxes in here. So I will grab box number 3. Paste that component value in. I'll actually throw this on the table. And then, yeah, we could throw this haphazardly over here. There we go. And then from here, we will go to, what else do I want to do? I need to do, of course, we're going to have our lighting. We have some boards. So I need the boards, and we have like the knights in armor kind of thing. And then you got paper and all this other junk scattered around. So knights and boards. So let's do that. Boards. I'm going to go ahead and grab boards, corkboard, drop this in, paste that component, and we'll position this over here. And it looks like some of these were tilted like that. And then we need to add a little more haphazard design right here. We certainly don't want these not connecting, so we want to make sure they don't float in the air. They actually sit on a surface. So let's make sure rotation, this should be 0. And this will be 0'd, and this is 180. All right. And I will do a quick rotate. I will move this position right over here. And there you go. Okay. The size of the chairs. Oh, you guys think that the chairs are a little small? Oh, okay. Yeah, let's fix that then. Classroom chairs. Let's just grab all of them. Oops. And instead of, yeah, making sure, whoops. So classroom chairs, select those. There we go. Yeah, you guys had a good idea. Let me just... There we go. I think these tables are honestly a little too big. But then again, they may be Costco tables. We don't know. Okay, so we have the option. We can put in... excuse me. So knight. So we have like this guard knight right here that I could use. We could use that. I don't have like a stand-up knight just to do that kind of stuff with. Let's see. What do I do? What's the best idea? Because then I got to get a good pose for this knight. And that's not going to be... Well, I mean, we could do that. Does it look alive, though? I guess that's the big question. All right, I want to think about this for a second. Because I don't know if I'm ready to drop that knight in there or not. Let me wait till we get a little further and then possibly throw that in there. Okay, but podium, I do know that I've created. Now, let me double check something, because I don't think I put the podium up on Filebase yet. Yeah, I think I'm going to use the guard knight. Actually, you know what? Screw it. Let's do it. Let's just go nuts. Podium. Let me double check. No, I didn't put it up yet. So I need to put the podium up, and I need to put the guard knight in. And then we'll get that going. Let's see. So... let's import this bad boy. And then what I'm going to do is go to my Mixamo account. And I'm going to go ahead and log in. And what I'm looking for animations like a slouch or what's the term I'm looking for? So there's one look. Where is it? Right here. Something like this, right? Where I can make sure my knight is in this pose, or let's say right here, right? I want him to be in this pose right here. So in my characters, because stand is the only one listed. I'm going to use the Y-bot. It's unnecessary, but I like to use this character to basically have and then yeah, there we go. And I'm just going to hit download, and I'm going to download it with skin. Now, if you don't have if you have an Adobe account, you have Mixamo. All you have to do is log in with your Adobe account. Okay, and then I imported my knight. Drop that in. Let's see. How do I get? Helena asks, how do I get the window? Oh, Helena, good question. No thanks. Cancel. Oh no. Oh no. Did I really quit? Hopefully it saved. Save and save often. All right, let's try that again. Yes, we're going for like a depression, sad look kind of thing. Yes, so while this is going on, so Helena, how do you get access to Filebase was your question. Filebase is a tool that we created. It is basically like a in Unity library that of our personal assets that we use to help us build video games. And let's see, oops. All right, so we still have our progress. To get it, what you would have to do is you need to sign up for a GDHQ Pro membership. And once you do have a Pro membership, all you have to do is go to our website and go to Filebase. And in here, you just go ahead and click the Download Now button. And that brings in a project asset into your Unity or your downloads called 3.1.1. Just drag it into your project folder right here. And then once you've imported everything, Filebase will appear. Look at that. I knew that's what happened. So I got to fix that. All right, knights. Old Filebase. Okay, so what happened there is I have an old version of Filebase. It looks like attached to the knight, which caused me that error. Silly me. All right, so if I go to my 3D characters, I'm going to delete the guard knight for right now. And then I'm going to go back to knight. Download my guard knight. Yes, I do save often. That is a habit of mine. And my download is going a little slower because I stream on top of doing the file-based download, but it's not a big file. I mean, it's 60 megabytes. So for you guys, it should go pretty quickly. Unless everybody is watching right now and everybody's downloading, which I don't think it would slow things down significantly since it's pulling from AWS. So that would mean Amazon is slowing down. Okay, so here's, I made a mistake. I should probably fix this while I'm on here. So the reason why it's acting all funny is, you see I have a Filebase plugin right here. I got to uncheck this. And I will make sure that these files don't exist on the download. And then when I click import, that won't mess with my Filebase. No thanks. All right. Ow, did it mess with my fucking... No, I just dropped the F-bomb. Yeah, I got to make sure I delete that. I apologize, guys. If you're running into that issue, that's why it's there. I got to make sure I clean out anything that's the old file base related because it's causing that issue. So I will make sure I do that at the end of the stream. But with the Guard Knight here, what I can do is take my FBX. And in here, I want to go to my rig and set him to humanoid. Okay, so I have some issues here. Oh, here it is. This is the humanoid one. Apply. All right, so now my rig is set to humanoid. So I can drop that Guard Knight into position. And I'm just going to select, let's say, this office desk, and I'm going to copy this component. And then Guard Knight, I'm going to paste this component value. He's a little big. Understood. He's a little big. But let me check out. Does he have any animations? No, he doesn't have an animation. But if I were to drop his oh, that's all effed up. Look at that. Let's see. Let me clear this. If I were to take this death animation, let me double check this. Remove. Okay, so that's Guard Knight 1. There you go. Yeah, so that works. So let's just go ahead and ignore these two. Let's see. Troy asks, "Are we working on a game?" Yes. Well, okay. So we aren't necessarily working on a game. We are. Yeah. Well, we are working on a game. So we're building out the Resident Evil 2 police station with the idea that we're going to make this like a third-person character-controlled version. We have the third-person character controller already semi-working and functioning over here. We're building out the level, and then once it's complete, we're going to make it one of our courses. So you guys will be able to learn how to build this, not necessarily level design, because you could see how the level design works, but like how to build a third-person controller, the enemy AI, the collisions, so this, that, this, that. You guys can just go and start and do your thing from there. So, okay, we have our Guard Knight right here. And inside of our downloads, we just downloaded the stand thing that I did with Mixamo, right? So I could take this and drop this into, I'm just going to actually put this in the Guard Knight for right now, because this is the only one it's going to apply to. And then in here, it's set to generic. You also want to set this to humanoid as well. So go ahead and apply to that. And once you got that set, it should turn this, go ahead and grab your Mixamo animation, and you can see here's the animation from Mixamo. Once I do this, if I hit duplicate for this Mixamo, this will create this kind of generic character in Unity, and that's his animation right there. So I can apply this generic animation to this humanoid character over here because they're both using humanoid what would it be? Humanoid rigs in essence. So I'm going to call this guard stand, and if I select guard knight and I go to my animator, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that my guard knight has this guard knight animation attached. Whoops, sorry. Where's his animation? His like death animation. So if I go to scenes and I play this back, we should be able to see this. If I go to my animator window now, I should be able to drop the guard knight stand on here, and I'll set this to set as default layer. And inside guard knight stand, oh, it didn't work. No. Why is that? Why is that? That should work. Unless I didn't set stand to humanoid, which I did. Done. My guard knight's not working the correct way. Give me a second, because that should work. What should we do? If that didn't work, why is that? Click on my guard knight. He is set to humanoid. Configure. My T-pose is correct. It shouldn't matter. Guard knight. Sorry, this should work. I've done this enough to know that this should work. Okay. Guard knight stand. What is going on? This should work. There's the avatar. Let me make sure that his avatar is set. Ah, there we go. I didn't set my avatar. I knew it worked. It just, for some odd reason, it was like fighting me on it. Okay, so then here, okay, so I get this weird thing where you see like he's halfway into the ground. What I did wrong was I didn't set the guard knight's avatar. Sorry, guys. To fix this, in the guard knight stand, bake into pose and set your animations to original. Now, if you go back to guard knight stand, he should stand just like that. All right, so you guys learning something? Like, is this blowing your mind yet? Because I'm surprised I haven't royally effed this up yet. So I'm going to make sure both of these have the, well, I could do two different slightly animations. So guard knight stand 1, and then this is going to be guard knight stand, well, this is guard knight stand 1. Okay, so what I will do is for guard knight stand, I'm going to select my first guard knight and go to this animation and basically get them to right here. And then from here, I'm just going to delete all these keyframes, and I'm going to delete all these keyframes. Oops. I need to make sure everything keyframes. Add key. All right. Oh, do I need to make sure all this stuff. Adds key. Boy. Oh, there's got to be a faster way than this. Isn't there an add key button somewhere around here? Oh, isn't this one of them? If I select all these, I thought there was. I'm sorry. Add keyframe. There we go. Okay, so now we got a keyframe for everything, right? So then I'm going to select this, drag this, delete. Why didn't that work? Oh. Select this right here. Add keyframe. Oh, it's still not adding a keyframe to everything. Can I add a keyframe now? There we go. But it didn't add the right keyframe. This is interesting. Usually this doesn't happen. I hope it doesn't make me have to do every single component, because that would suck. But if that's the case, I'm just going to do one, because I don't want to do this over and over again. Alright, I am halfway through this list. Oh, the tediousness. I don't know why it's not working properly. Let me see if this is starting to look better or if I'm wasting my time. Nope, that was working correctly. Yep. That's exactly what I needed to do. For some odd reason, the add keyframe wasn't actually adding a keyframe, which I don't understand why it wouldn't. Let's see. So basically, Peggy asked, so basically, if it was working, you could attach a Mixamo animation to a T-pose character. Yes. If you set both to humanoid, you can literally grab animations from one character and apply it to another, and Unity will do its best job to interpolate those animations. Sometimes they're not going to be exact, sometimes they're not going to be perfect, but Unity will do its best job trying to make sure that it is. I wonder if this is a bug in Unity, because I shouldn't have to do this manually. It should be automatic. So, well, that didn't work properly. Oh boy, I am not happy right now. Yeah, look at that. That shouldn't happen. Interesting. I don't know what's going on right there. Hello, Neil. What's up, buddy? This is interesting. This should not occur. And it is. So what the freak? Look at that. Wow. Yeah, no joke. Let's try that. Let's create a custom avatar. Avatar. Create. Let's see. Animation, avatar. Not an avatar mask. I want to create an avatar. Where is it? It was somewhere. That's exactly right. Everyone do your exercises. What the hell? This is so weird. I don't understand why it did that. Where is the avatar? I can't even see it. I thought it was here at one point. Let's see. Yeah, good idea, Tom. Let me see if the Mixamo imported character does the same thing. Let's see. I'm gonna drop guard stand 2. And then let's see. Apply root motion. Let's see. Let me put him under a game object if he's not going to listen. If I drop all keyframes right there. Oh, look at that. He does it as well. It's like it's pulling keyframes from frame 1. That is interesting. I'm curious, if I were to drop just keyframe. Wow, look at that. Look at that. That is interesting. Why did it do that? Why is it fighting me? Interesting. So interesting. So how do I beat this one? Because it shouldn't do this. Thinking outside the box right now. thinking outside the box right now because I am on the spot. Usually I should be able to delete all keyframes. If I set my keyframes right there, I deleted all of these, I deleted all of these, I get that. Why do I just get that? That makes no sense. Huh. I'm wondering if I just have to do plan like Z and just say delete this and leave it to this one pose. Maybe that's what I have to do. I'm going to have to research this just because I don't want to waste your guys' time. I will cheat this for a little bit by going to guard state, and at this end state right here, I'll do exactly what we've been trying to do, which is set everything to one keyframe and leave it like this. I don't know why. I just don't know. It should work. So in our animator, we want to delete the death so it always stays on guard standing, and I will take him and basically position him like this. And I'm pretty sure I can even adjust the rig if I hit the record button. Let's see, guard. Let's see, where's this guard? Right here. If the animator, I hit the record button, I can actually go to like his. Oh man, Unity is fighting me today. Wow, look at that. It's base T-pose is fighting me. Interesting. I don't know what the hell that is. That is so bizarre, guys. I don't know why it's fighting me. Let's see. Figure pose reset. Oh, apply. Done. Did I not have this posed in as a T pose when I originally brought it in? Is that why it's having an issue? Okay, I don't know. I feel like this is a bigger problem with this guard knight than I initially anticipated. So I need to fix that. I feel like I'm gonna have to revise this. Okay, just for shits and giggles. All right. I know this is the T pose I want. So show it in Explorer. I'm going to beat you. Take this in. Bring in my guard knight. For right now, I'm going to hide my halberd. I'm going to export this. FBX. T-pose. Yes. I think the enforced pose is not on a T. I think the enforced pose is on the death animation, which is like, I'm not gonna fight you on it. So let's try this again because this should work. If I go back to Mixamo, I'm gonna make sure I export this out as an OBJ. And then inside of Mixamo, I'm going to go to characters and I'm going to upload a character. I'm going to select my file. And where are you? There you go. I'm going to grab my OBJ and drop it in. Boom. Now, we're just going to simply rig him very quickly. I got my chin up here. I got my wrists. I got my elbows. And I got my knees and the growing area. Hit next. This algorithm usually goes pretty quickly and it's pretty darn accurate. The only times I really have to adjust it is like, let's say if I character has a backpack or something, I have to go reweight it back in whatever game engine. But okay, so he's rigged. Okay, next, download. I'm going to download this knight. All right, so in my downloads, and it looks like it's called T-Knight Pose because it's 941, right? I'm just going to call this rigged. Not like rigged as in I'm screwing you over, but rigged as in rigged. I'm going to then take this T-Knight Pose. I'm going to drop him into here. And this is the one I care about. So I'm going to set this to humanoid. And then I'm going to drop the Guard Knight into scene. And then I will paste component values. Of course, his materials are not attached. So let's go ahead and attach those. Right here, I go to my materials. And inside of here, I want to attach his, which I believe is armor base. Am I correct? Nope. Base color. Oh, when I exported the OBJ, I forgot to set the materials. Ah, darn it. What did I do? 2 screw-ups at one time. This is impressive, Al. Let me just get this working, though. I can go back and fix that. So, with that said, he's got his Guard Knight avatar. Now I can jump or drop this guard stand onto him. And there's the correct pose. Yes, there's the correct pose. Okay, Guard Knight rigged. His material got lost in here. So why did it get lost over here? Going to OBJ. It should have worked. For SBS, let's see. If I go to my rigged, I'm gonna go show an explorer. I'm gonna bring him back because I want to see what happened to him. Okay, so clearly all his materials disappeared, which is why it looks all funny. So I'm just gonna copy my old Guard Knight and paste him in, and I'm going to grab these tags and duplicate it onto him. And I believe this should work. All right. Yep, that worked. So now he's got 2 total materials. So now I just need to drop in armor where armor goes, and I need to drop in base where base goes. Or do I got that reversed? Base, armor, There we go. All right. And now, what is messed up? Oh boy. And here I have my Guard Knight animator, and now it doesn't like my animation. So let's test this out a little bit. If I delete this animator just for right now, Guard Knight pose rigged, press the F button. We already have the T pose enforced. That is already errors found. Configure. Okay. Oh, but it doesn't take me to the T-pose menu. Look at that. What the hell? Huh? This is so weird. I feel like I got a crash coming on. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like this thing is ready to explode on me. So let's test this one more time. All right. Let's see. This thing is definitely fighting me. Set this to humanoid, apply. Okay. Configure. My T-pose is correct. Done. Model. Go back here. I got to make sure that my materials are set. So I'm going to apply the correct material. So now the materials are all set. Yeah, it's the Guard Knight saga. This is what happens when you kind of go off script. Things break. Okay, and then I have this Guard Knight stand, which is just one keyframe. And I'm going to move this over here. Clear. And then on the Guard Knight rigged pose, I'm going to drop in Guard Knight stand. And he doesn't inherit the animation. Of course not. Let's try Guard Knight stand 1. No. If I press play, is he going to inherit it? I'm curious. Oh, there it goes. He inherited the position right there. Oh, man. Ay, 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 ay. What a debacle. All right. You're going to work. I'm done with you. I'm putting you over here. You're just set decoration. That's all you are. That's all you are. So just stay over here. We'll put A and B over here. What I should do next time is instead of rigging them inside of Unity, I'll just rig them inside of like the 3D program and bring them in already rigged and set to go. Because that was just way too much work. That was like incredibly annoying and such a pain in the butt. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave them there. When I hit play, they'll set to their proper rigs. Let's see. I need to just see one thing real quick. And then I gotta fix that night because it's got the old Filebase attached to it. And that's never good for users. Never good. So I will make sure I adjust that today. Okay, so over here, let's get back to level design. Let's get back to making things looking pretty. So on our RE2 level, there's this whole scenario. He sets fire. And I believe we also even have wood for your fire pit. I don't know if we want to go in that detail, but I believe we do. Let's see how far we get. I think if we get to the point where like the fire needs to illuminate the room, and I know poor Peggy's like, what the hell? Okay, so we got some wood piles here that we could place in. But it's just like right there. Let's see if we find something else that we need to attach wood to. Okay, so let's see. We have a painting that burns. We have paintings already in our environment. We also have some additional like columns and things like that in here. We should probably add in some additional columns, I would say, to make this look a little bit better. Here, I'm gonna grab these walls though, because this looks like it's starting to intersect a little bit, and I don't want that. And then I'm also going to grab, where's some columns right here? This is room 4. So interiors, room 4. I want to go ahead and grab pillar, I believe, 1? Yes, pillar 1. I'm going to go ahead and drop this in and paste the component values. And I can even take these pillars and place them against the walls. Why did they scale differently? Oh, this should be 1. Okay, so I'm going to paste this against the wall, let's say in the back over here. And then I'll duplicate this, move this over to this side. And then let's go ahead and take these pillars and paste these right over here next to our fireplace. So it's got this nice little 2-column-esque treatment right there. That'll break up some of the room, give it a little bit of diversity. Let's see. Now I'm going to go back to this main room. And let's go ahead and add 2 pillars in here because this is kind of a boring room, honestly. So we just want to make sure that we don't cut into this wall. We'll duplicate this and take this over to this side. Now I'll move this table a little forward, and I might just tilt it just a little bit so that it's a little offset, and it also brings that kind of that randomness to this room that we need to have. And then I'm going to start duplicating. I'm going to go to this position and just start laying in a bunch of these chairs. All right. And then I'm going to see what's on the other side of the room. Come on, go the other side. Thank you. Okay, more tables, corkboard, American flag, more corkboard all around. There's even a TV hanging up above. I didn't even notice that. I do have televisions. I think I even have a television that's kind of like this. Okay, tables, corkboards. All right, more tables. So I'll just grab those. And I am instead going to use the center to rotate all this around like that. Press the F button to refocus, and I will reposition and have that set up right here. Then we have the I need to take the dry erase board because it looked like they had more on this side, because this looks like it's some sort of emergency planning room of what's going to happen next. How are they going to contain the virus? Wow, Resident Evil, too close to real life right now. And then I need to go grab this corkboard. I'm going to drop this into scene, and let's paste. Oh, I know why. 1, 1, 1. The component value I did paste is a little higher. I'm going to move this one over here. It may be good for us to maybe build a couple different textures for this corkboard, maybe like 4 or 5 different looks, and that way it doesn't look so similar. But I do like having these corkboards. I think it will definitely bring something quite valuable. Let's see. The American flag was upside down. Oh, look at that. Oh, that was a bad thing to do. Let's fix that. How many of you guys are logging in with password 1234? Good eye, Peggy. Ooh, I wonder if that was a knock. I don't know. Or do you think that was kind of some sort of a subtle environmental storytelling to say that the police department doesn't believe in the government in this story? You know, kind of a, oh, you say you're on my side, but you're not. I don't know. That's really interesting. Great eye, though. So I'll grab the flag. I'll paste component. And so this flag is a little big, and we designed it so that it would be primarily built to place outside of buildings. But in this instance, we don't need that. So I'm just going to take this. Have it more just kind of hang in the environment. As sort of a decor. And then I'll move this corkboard over so it doesn't intersect. There we go. And then there's some TVs in this scene as well. Right there. More boards, more junk on the desks, and things like that. So, in fact, I think the desk changes, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, garbage cans, we need to add those. So let's go ahead and add a TV. Now, I have a huge pack of like modern televisions that I need to put in here, big flat screens. I don't think I have anything like that, but I do have these old broken TVs, which are kind of the old school tube televisions. So let's go ahead and paste this component value in, set this to 111, and then we'll take this old television. Oh, bring that around like this. Oh man, that's old school. It's got even a crack in the front. So we'll position it downward and place it kind of like that. Which is pretty neat. And then we need something to hold it onto. Instead of bringing in a whole new, let's see, 0. I'm just going to put this like that. I'm wondering, instead of trying to bring in and build a whole new platform for it, let's see if we could find something that we already have and use that as kind of the base for what we're using. I'm almost curious to say that this small divider, this cubicle divider, will actually work. Let's try to prove myself wrong. All right. Yeah, I honestly think no one is ever going to notice that, oh, you're using a divider, a cubicle divider to hold that TV up in place. I mean, you guys will because I told you, but everyone else won't. So, and it saves because we're already using the texture already, so we don't have to load in another texture. And there you go. All right, works good for me. We need to drop in our vending machines over here, and we did build vending machines as well. So let's go to load, and we got 2 vending machines that would be perfect. So we're just going to go download these. Import and locate. So I'll drop this in here. I will paste the component values. I may even kill this table so I have room for this vending machine. So I got the first one in, and then I need to get the second one. You guys seeing how freaking awesome it is to have a go-to asset library like this? This is making life really easy. And of course, we're continuously adding more and more to this. And we may have to, let me type in let me say vending machine. I need to create 2 LOD versions of this because like it's actually got all the spirals and stuff like that located in, which is really heavy for our project. So we want to make sure that this, we have the option to just slap on a texture on the inside, and that way this doesn't become too heavy. And let me make sure that these are the same height. Now, one thing I noticed is that when I restarted Filebase, it says I only have 4 downloads, and that is incorrect. So what I can actually go and do is click the rescan. And what rescan will do is it's going to go through my project folders, and it's going to see all the assets that are currently inside my file structure. And once it checks that out, then it'll be able to say, all right, you don't have 4 assets, you have 30 some assets. So you could see the number count going up right here. It's verifying what files are pulled from Filebase and checking out, making sure that they're all pulled from the right location. It's a great way. That's why we always encourage people, don't pull your assets out of the folder structure. Leave them where they're at. It really will help you guys make sure that when you do use Filebase to kind of search through your folders, that there we go. So everything is listed back here. So if I do need to go hunt for blood decals now, I can locate it, and it makes life easy. I have 50 downloads right now. Milan asks, do you need to give credits if you use free assets? Is this like in general using free assets from the Unity Asset Store or stuff like that? Because if you do, I don't believe it's required that you give credit unless the terms of a particular company say you need to. But you know, I think it doesn't hurt to help people out, especially if they've given you assets for free. So you know, it's really up to your discretion, but I think it'd be a classy thing to do is to give them some credit for helping you build your game. All right, I want to find that trash can that I had earlier. I'm going to put it into scene. And it's also good to be able to go back and be like, oh, well, you know, let's add an office plant here, or let's add some trash cans. Like, oh, here we go. Let's locate this. And I'll put this off to the side for a second. And I'm going to grab this trash can. A little big. And I will set this right over here. Let's put a couple of them in here. We'll put some trash spilling over. I'll put another trash can over here to make it look like it was a big emergency. And then I'm going to locate my trash assets, and we got a bunch of cool little trash assets all around. We got like these paper cups that would be good to add into your scene. But, you know, we'd have to work pretty hard to really fill up everything. Hey, Tom's back. And then let's go ahead and add some trash bags, because that fills things up pretty quickly. All right, and then we can add another trash bag right over here. I'm actually just going to copy this component so I can always paste it right back into scene. I'll leave this right here. Just want to make sure it doesn't cut into that wall. And then when we are building out this level, what we'll do is we'll keep this really simple. Instead of putting colliders around every single object, we'll put a box collider, let's say one around all these chairs so we don't run into it. And then we'll put a box collider around these sections, so we keep the rigid body count really low, and it makes this really easy to navigate. So yes, the idea behind the pro membership, here actually I'm going to run a quick commercial ad because I need to pull in a podium and I need to find it on my other computer. So let me just run this. It'll take me 2 minutes, and it will explain the pro membership and what it's all about. Introducing the Game Dev HQ Pro Membership, a brand new subscription-based service aimed at helping you succeed as a game developer. This service gives you access to powerful tools, amazing assets, and easy-to-follow certifications to make you become a legit Unity 3D game developer and software engineer. Get instant access to over 100 hours of authorized training available through our built-in custom streaming platform. Earn your game developer certification and software engineer certifications by developing games for 2D, 2.5D, 3D, mobile, and even AR. The Game Dev HQ Pro membership also provides the easiest, most powerful, and enjoyable tool to give you the freedom to create. Introducing Filebase, an amazing tool built for Unity 3D that gives you access to thousands of video game assets developed by our in-house team of artists, from weapons, tools, props, vegetation, vehicles, systems, and even entire levels. You'll see how incredibly easy and enjoyable game development can be. Your membership's value will continue to grow through the year as new assets are added on a weekly basis and can even be requested. We have made it our goal to help you not only enter the world of game development, but successfully build and publish your game.
The Pro membership also includes a growing library of custom-built challenges and a vault filled with live Pro Workshop content. This Game Dev HQ Pro membership provides you a powerful set of tools and training that makes learning game development easier than ever before. Log on to GameDevHQ.com right now to learn how the Game Dev HQ Pro membership can become your game development solution.
Okay, I hope that kind of explained it a little bit about what the Pro membership is. Are you sure I don't have the coronavirus? I have a lot of things. So, where is that damn podium? I had a podium built, and now I can't remember where I put the podium. All right, I'm gonna have to put a note. I know I have it built somewhere. I'll probably find it after the stream. It's just gonna drive me nuts. But yeah. So this is pretty good. Let's see. So we have just a lot of junk that we need to put into this room. It looks like that's all this room is, just garbage thrown into it. Which, you know, we will definitely add more. But this is a good start to this room. Really fills it up. Let's take a look at something, which is I like always doing. Let's just drag this over here. If I create a empty game object, and we'll reset this, and I'll call this props. And I'm going to grab these props and drop them into here. Then inside my press room, I'm going to create a empty game object. So you can either click right up here or create, or right click and do create empty, and it will set it to whatever it is transform.position. I'm going to call this walls, ceilings, floors. And I'm going to grab all this stuff. Uh-oh. Coke machine. You are not one of these things. You are a prop. Let me see. I don't see anything else that violates this rule. Grab these, drop these into here. And then I can grab my props. So I'll throw my cola machine in here and drag this up here. So let me hide my props. And yep. Okay, so now we could see how having all these assets changed this room significantly from just being this empty barren place to now you got this pretty full-fledged press room with this back interior room where the gosh, I'm gonna have to fix this. This is gonna drive me nuts, but I'm not gonna look at it right now because you guys are spending time with me and I want to appreciate that. Okay, so we got the press room. All right, we could turn this press room off for right now because we just care about getting down this hallway, and this takes us to our second floor. Now this area is actually pretty light, if I do recall, but let's verify. Walk through here, there's all the glass and broken shards and stuff. We still have to add all our lighting into our scene, so that's going to come later. Right now we're just placing assets. Okay, so it looks like we have the vents that go from above and they head on over and then they cope into this room over here. So let's go ahead and add those in. Instead of redoing all this work, I am literally just going to grab these assets. I am going to hit duplicate, and I will pull these all the way down to the bottom so that they're not in hallway 3, and I'll move this over here. And I'm going to delete this one. Or actually, I'll keep this one. I'll duplicate this corner and we'll just rotate it. And I'll set this position right here. Hello, Ors. Welcome. Is everybody still healthy right now? I'm curious. No one's sick yet, right? I think I just have allergies. I think my wife and I both have allergies right now, and it's driving us up the wall, but that's all it is. As the containment vehicles come to grab me, it's just allergies. I'm actually going to cheat this a little bit because these don't align perfectly, but I don't have to make sure that these are aligned perfectly, just because, you know, you're going to come into this room like through here, and I mean, I don't think you're going to be checking out to see if the vent works perfectly, but vent goes over here, and then you come into this room and the vent's over here. You may be able to tell. I don't know. Possibly. But let's push this into the wall. Everyone's still fine. Good. Stay healthy, people. Stay healthy. I'm going to position this right here. And I may make this a little longer so we don't see that air duct vent. There we go. And then what else did we see right away? Air duct vent. There were some signs up here, which I believe we have signs. So we got like some sci-fi directional signs. I don't know if these are going to be the ones we're going to want. I don't know if they're going to work. These are more for sci-fi environments. So we may have to skip that right now. It's something we may have to add in later on. I'm just going to shrink this up a little bit. Move this to the right. And then I'll just pull it over every time I need to download something. There's this nice little archway, which I didn't anticipate, but life will go on. Ooh, 2 meter distance from others. That's 6 feet. Yeah, I think that's what everybody has, right? It's a 6 feet. Was it social distancing? Okay. So we got some poster boards, really, and just some light fixtures, and we got the air vent that's coming over from this side. Ooh, look at that. They didn't even place the air vent correctly. They cheated it as well. And we got boxes and junk underneath the staircase. So we need to add boxes and junk. Guess what I have? A bunch of boxes and junk. All right. So, but that only will go right here because we got to keep this open to get to our photography room. So let's go ahead and grab some boxes. And let me shrink this up. Box 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Okay, so I'm going to grab all 5 of these. Let me stretch this out a little bigger so we can see what we're looking at. And then we'll grab these elements and move them right here. Press the F button, and I'm going to copy this this one component value. So if I need to paste, it will go directly into this position. Then let's go ahead and stack some stuff over here. Position. What? I can't believe telemarketers are still working. They're probably even worse now. All right. Yes, this looks good. All right. Duplicate this one. Position that right there. This back. And I'll duplicate this. Push this over here. So now we got all those boxes stacked right underneath. It looks pretty cluttered under there. Nice, nice, nice. Let's see. If you're living in a less severe place, guess you'll have to keep a tip. Yeah, oh, Peggy, I mean, you know, people are gross. Keep them away. I think it would be badass if you walked around with a tape measure or like a meter stick and nobody could get close to you. And every time someone did, you poked them and yelled social distancing. I would give you $1 if you did that. Let's see. I'm going to grab a trash bag. There was a guy in the ring donut. Oh, that's so epic. Oh, that is too funny. That is hysterical. Okay. So I got freaked the hell out yesterday because I took the boys to the park for a little bit, and as I was down at the park, there was a bunch of kids running around playing, and then one of the kids starts coughing, and then he lays down on the park bench to rest. And as soon as I see that, I'm like, boys, come here, we're going. Don't touch your faces. We are Shadow Light. Shadow is Light. We are imitating a Resident Evil 2 police station right now, buddy. That's exactly what we're building. Man, this experience is showing me how badly I need more poster boards. Like, these are getting repetitive. I need to get something different. Maybe it'll just be placeholders for right now. Okay. So this looks pretty slick, right? And we go on up to the second story. Well, you haven't gone up to the second story yet. So this would be the first story. We got our boxes in here. Are we missing anything else? Lasted for like half a second. Okay, there's a desk with a plant on it. So let's go ahead and do that. And that sits right over here. So we'll go to Filebase. And let's do table. And we're going to need a tiny little side table. We have an awful lot to choose from. I think maybe that one will work. Let's make this a little bigger. I'm going to say let's use... I think these will be fine. So we'll import these. Oh yeah, I agree, Keisho. This thing is going to shine once the lighting is in. Ugh, this thing is going to be incredible. All right, so let's take a look at our tables. Let's drop this one in, and we will paste the component value. Okay, so a couple funky things happened. Obviously, the convert to scale didn't occur. And the material is trying to pull on its own, which is not good. So let's see, materials. I need to make sure this uses the embedded ones. And it needs to use this and hit apply. All right, we're back to normal. All right, I need to write that one down. Tables 01. That should be a 2-second fix, but I need to make sure that that's all good for you guys. So we'll go ahead and position this table right here in the corner, maybe make it a little bit bigger, and then I'm going to go ahead and grab a plant. So in plant, I got a couple options. I'm going to put, it looks like a potted plant over there, so I'm just going to grab interior plant 04. Yes, the staircase was actually textured like a week and a half ago or so, so it's pretty incredible. Let me make sure that I take this corkboard and this table, because I don't want these in the walls. All right, so plant, I'm going to paste the transform, and you should be right there. I'll move this over here, and we'll set this up right there. There we go. So now we got that plant on the side of the room that kind of imitates what's going on over here. We could use a wooden table. Well, this table we'll use the glass one. All right, let's go ahead and save this. And I'm going to drop all of these as props under hallway to staircase to second floor. And you can get a pretty good look at what we got going on. Yeah, I think this looks pretty good. Actually, I'm curious. Because theirs did stretch all the way over. Yeah, they kind of cheated it just like I did. Let's reset this. We're going to call this props. We'll grab all these, drop this under here, and in the staircase to second floor, I'm going to create a brand new game object, and I'm going to call this ceiling, floor, and walls. And we'll drop these all under here. So we could see our hallway environment, and if we turned off our props, that's what it would look like, and that's what it looks like with it on. All right. So I don't need to see this hallway anymore. So I'm just going to turn this off for a second. And I do need to see this statue hallway, and I need to see this save room with the photo right over here. So how about we focus in on this one? Get out of here, Tom. Your app is ready to go. It's currently pending. Is this exciting? Those are exciting times, you know, just to sit there and wait. And then you see like the first 2 weeks, and you know you want to see like the downloads and the sales and the promotion, and see if everything works. I love that time. That's a really good and fun and enjoyable period. I hope it does well, buddy. I hope you're able to make at least some ad revenue or some sales off of it. Let's see. I'm curious. Since everyone was talking about it. Nope, I don't see that. But that's a little disturbing right there. For those of you guys tuning in, and maybe you don't know why we're doing this, and I mentioned it earlier in the stream, but just for those new folks, the coronavirus is here, and I really don't want to spend my day wondering if I'm going to get sick, and I hope you guys don't either. And I hope that instead of panicking or being fearful, if we have to be at home, let's go ahead and do something productive. So what exactly are we doing? We are rebuilding the Resident Evil 2 police station environment, and I'm using Filebase assets to show you guys how to do it. So you guys can use Filebase for yourselves to build video game environments that would be suitable for you guys. So that's exactly what we're aiming for. I hope that the pro members on here are able to use Filebase now to test this out, and I hope you guys are hitting some pretty good milestones and becoming pretty successful in what you're creating, because this thing is a very powerful tool if you do take the time to use it. Okay, this is a cool room. I like this because, we got your cabinets, your boxes, you got some junk over here. We got a desk in the center. We can use like an office desk of some sort with the 2 chairs. It looks like we got some sort of copier printer over here. These are really neat environmental things. So A good thing for us to just search in this instance, maybe just office. And this will bring up a whole bunch of office environment stuff. Even things they didn't even put in here. Like we have a cooler, a water cooler that would have been good to put inside. There's the office assets over here. We have, oh, look at this. We have a desk, a printer, a card reader. This would be a great one to add. So let's just go ahead and import this into scene. Let's see. Okay, and we'll just do an import. So let's go ahead to our asset folder area, and we'll just start checking out and seeing if we can import. All right, so I'll just locate this shelf. I know we used the shelf before, but we could use the shelf again. So let's drop that into scene, and I'll move this up to 0, and I'm actually going to copy this transform, and I'm going to position this right over here. And it may be a little big, so I'm going to squeeze it down just a bit and just tuck it in right there. So that will fit right there. And then I'm going to go back to Filebase, and let's look for some more office assets. Yes, the file holder would be a good one to put in here. It's best if you can to reuse assets inside your scene, because then you don't have to pull the asset in essence again, or pull a new asset and a new set of textures into your game. You're just recycling ones that you've already imported into your scene. And let's see, what else is there? I think we need some office desk and some office furniture. I got some chairs right here, which is good. So I'll pull in these office chairs. So I'll have one right here, and I'll duplicate this again, and we'll have another office chair on the other side of this desk. We need to bring in our printer. So yeah, we'll bring in this like photocopier. Paste component. We'll place this right here. And then we need to put our desk right there. So we'll go to our office. And I'm sure we have, yeah, there we go, a nice little office desk that we can download. We didn't explode the shelves actually. Let me put a note on that. Because that would actually be a really cool thing to do, because then you could put in different variations of the shelf, which is a good idea. Let me drop this into here and paste component values. So I'll set this right there and there. We'll have one desk right here, another desk chair over there. And I may need to be a little cognizant of the positioning. What I may have to do, because these assets are going to fill the room, is I may have to put this chair over here. So it will force the player to walk over to this side or walk over to this section over here. So it gives the player two options. What I'm worried about is if I stick this right here, the rigid body from this and this would prevent the player from walking through this area, or would make it really cumbersome to do. So, you know, in the sake of being careful, let's just set it like this. I'm going to take this photocopy machine down a little bit, size-wise, and I'll just position it right there. And we also need some additional assets. So we have a desk printer, a photocopy, a corner table, card printing machine. This would be an interesting thing to put into our scene. But I think the card printing machine was probably more in another room. But you know what? It will give the user a reason to come over to this side. And then I know we have office assets. So in here, I have fans and lights already. So we could drop that in right here, office items. So let's go ahead and put in our fan. It's maybe a tiny bit big, so we'll just reduce that down. And I think these chairs are on a tad bit of a small size. So I'll make these a little bigger so they turn more into like executive chairs. And then I'll go ahead and grab the trash can, place this here. And I'll just set that into the corner right there. And then I'll grab the lamp and paste this into position. And I know we also have paper for our desk in Trash Assets 3. So I'll just go ahead and click on that. And that takes me to Trash Assets 03. And I could take a couple of these papers, drop them here. Let's go ahead and paste component values. And we'll just position these all around our desk. I know we also have like ashtrays and cigarette butts, so I mean, if you wanted to go for that level of detail, you can as well. So, boom, 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 boom. That looks pretty good. I know that the image. Let's see. Yeah, I agree with you, Tom. We need stuff for the bulletin boards and the shelves. Some variety there. I didn't even consider that until, you know, now that I get a chance to sit down and play with you guys. It's interesting. Now, I know some of you guys may ask, well, is this a useless asset? How do I make this work? Here's how. If you want to, you could fix this. Um, and it's actually pretty simple to do. If we go to the shelf and we locate this, right? Inside our shelf, if I right click and go to Show to Explorer, I can bring this into my 3D program. And then as long as I don't mess with my UV maps, I'm good. So I can actually select, let's say, this, and split that. right? So if I were to turn these off, it would just remove those. And then I could take these and I could split those. And now I have some variation between the assets. So now if I go to File, Export, FBX, Save, Replace, inside of my Unity file, these will have been updated. So if I select my shelf now, you notice I have 3 of these in here. So I can just kind of hide a couple of these assets. And it'll add some variety to the scene. Real easy trick for you guys to use. Oh, Thiago, my buddy, you're here. So for you guys don't know, Thiago is one of our artists who builds some of these amazing assets. I believe he actually built this one right here. He's built a lot of these assets for Game Dev HQ. I believe he also, if I'm not mistaken, he built this one as well. I can't recall off the top of my head. So I'm going to grab this door right here, and I want to move this doorway over to here. And I primarily want to do it because I want to hide this door frame, or the actual door, but I want to keep the door frame. So I can position that into this wall area. And looking at it from both angles. Okay, so slight little issue here. I need to make sure that my door frame covers both sides. So if I need to extend it a little bit, I will. Now it covers both ends. Good, that looks good. And go ahead and save. Okay, so let's take a look at our environment. So there's like this filing cabinet over here. There's some more junk on the floor. There's these higher cabinets up here that we need to build. So we need to add those in. So let's take a look at cabinet. Ooh, yes, we have a whole bunch of cabinets that we could use to drop into this scene. We got these ones and these ones over here. Oh, what do we choose? What do we choose? Oh, so many choices. Oh boy, I'm gonna go with these right here. So I'm gonna hit this and hit download. Tom says, do we need to use a Blender for Programmers tutorial? Dude, I wish I knew Blender. I don't. I'd have to sit down with it for... When I switched from C4D to Maya, I had to sit down with it for a solid 2 weeks before I knew all the nooks and crannies. So I'd have to sit down for a little while with it before I could get to the point where I would say, all right, let me show you how to do this. Because I don't want to be one of these D-bags who hops online and says, oh, well, you know, I know how to teach you every single game engine that there ever was. And it's because they spent 30 seconds learning it last week. So, yeah, I definitely don't want to be that person. Okay, so I'm going to move this file cabinet over here. Move this over here. And I'm going to push this chair in just a little bit. Let's see, where's this cabinet, these 2 assets. I'm going to move these 2 assets a little ways right around here. And I'm going to grab these and move these down just a touch. All right, and that will fill up this area right here, which is nice. And... let's see, I may even shrink this down just a touch so I don't hit this column, and I could just position all this stuff over here. And then now it's just dropping more content, more assets over here. So I type in book, and these would be perfect, like these folders. Gosh, Filebase is amazing. I am serious, guys. This is such a powerful tool. It's just a huge, amazing library to pull from on a regular basis. So I'm going to grab these, drop this in, and then I will right click and do paste component values. Press the F button. And I'll just throw a couple of these on the top to kind of fill in stuff. That's really what we're looking to. And then I'm actually going to go ahead and grab some greenery, some plants, and throw that into scene. And then I think for the most part, this office area feels pretty darn complete, minus some pictures. So let's get some art in this room. So I don't know where the art is. Pictures help me a lot more than wording. So let's go to where, there we go, painting. Inside of here, I grab my paintings, and let's just grab 3 of them for right now, and we will reset our positions. Press the F button to focus in. Focus in on this. And this wall over here is pretty barren, so I'll move this right over here. Boom. Oh, look at this room. See how quick and easy that was? Oh, that's so amazing. This is fun. This is what level design should be like. It should be fast, instantaneous, and efficient. Okay, so if I click here, so there's a chest over here for the save room. What could I do? Do I put the chest there? I could if I move this over here. Right? So now you have your path. You have one path here, or you have one path over here. So I'm going to go to, I think I called it a weapons crate, if I'm not mistaken. Props. Wooden weapons crate right here. And I could paste that into scene. I'm going to bring the size down just a touch. And there we go. And I may even see if I can bring this down just a touch more, so I can move this to the side. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoops. And I'll move this weapons crate over. All right. So this is set up perfectly for our player. The door won't hit him when he enters. And in fact, we may want to rotate this door. That way, when he opens it, it opens this way. Then he can walk over to the crate, open the crate up. You can even walk over to this card system and open this card up there. And then there is the photo section, which is in the background right here. So let's play that real quick. And then they walk into the back. Oh, come on, walk. No, 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 don't leave. Oh, man. Alright. Does he come back? Oh, absolutely. They altered so much in the remake, but they did such a good job of it too. So I'm trying to get a little try to fast forward a little bit. I want to get to that area that we were at, because there's this like back room with a photograph area, and he didn't walk back there, which kind of is irking me. Yeah, he just kind of skips this whole section. Man, that's a bummer. Yeah, okay. So I'll have to find footage specifically of this area that we can use as a reference. But for right now, I'm just going to leave it because we can always come back. So let's go ahead and we will make sure we put all these into a props folder. So create empty. Props. Now, I hope this is interesting to you guys. I have 56 assets downloaded. We have... How many do we have? 1,046 potential assets. So I am using 5% of Filebase right now to build Resident Evil 2. That is nuts when you actually do the numbers. That is really nuts. So, let's go ahead and grab these shelves and things like that. Drop that in here. And then inside of here, I'm going to create a new game object called, let's see, what is this? Ceilings, walls, floors. We'll drop this in here. Oh, did I already create one? Oh, no, because this is the save room. Ceiling, walls, and floors is what I wanted. Grab this, and I don't believe I have any props listed in there. We'll drop this into here. Boom. And then I'll put the props into here as well. And, you know, we could check out the room and the difference with and without props. Okay. So I'm just going to grab this and hide these. I'm going to take this door frame. Yep, that's perfect. Leave that right there. And then we're going to go ahead and turn on the statue hallway. And this will lead up to this top section. Okay, so it's been 2 hours. I'm just going to play some quick commercials. I need to go get some coffee, and I will be right back in like literally 3 minutes. So if you can, just hang out for a second, and we'll come back in just a moment.
Introducing the Game Dev HQ Pro membership. a brand new subscription-based service aimed at helping you succeed as a game developer. This service gives you access to powerful tools, amazing assets, and easy-to-follow certifications to make you become a legit Unity 3D game developer and software engineer. Get instant access to over 100 hours of authorized training available through our built-in custom streaming platform. Earn your game developer certification and software engineer certifications by developing games for 2D, 2.5D, 3D, mobile, and even AR. The Game Dev HQ Pro membership also provides the easiest, most powerful, and enjoyable tool to give you the freedom to create. Introducing Filebase, an amazing tool built for Unity 3D that gives you access to thousands of video game assets developed by our in-house team of artists, from weapons, tools, props, vegetation, vehicles, systems, and even entire levels. You'll see how incredibly easy and enjoyable game development can be. Your membership's value will continue to grow through the year as new assets are added on a weekly basis and can even be requested. We have made it our goal to help you not only enter the world of game development, but successfully build and publish your game. The Pro membership also includes a growing library of custom-built challenges and a vault filled with live Pro Workshop content. This Game Dev HQ Pro membership provides you a powerful set of tools and training that makes learning game development easier than ever before. Log on to GameDevHQ.com right now to learn how the Game Dev HQ Pro membership can become your game development solution.
All right. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Watch what I missed yesterday. Seen that? Oh, you just want to ask. Blood decals are really easy. Blood decals are just a plane. Now, okay, so blood decals. If you're using HDRP, there is an actual decal. If you're not using HDRP, you still have to use planes to simulate blood decals. And that's it. You have to have HDRP going to do that. So, I mean, I'll leave it up to you guys if you want to jump to HDRP for this environment. I mean, this is a perfect environment to do HDRP. Or we can stick to, like, I'm going to either jump to universal rendering pipeline or the HDRP, one of the two. So I'll leave it up to you guys what you want to do. This definitely is one of those environments where we could do HDRP and it would be totally okay. So, yeah, I mean, it's totally your choice. But yeah, with the blood is just a 2D texture. But the texture is baked onto little planes that have been split up. But if you look at the material, you'll notice, if I click here, okay, that's a cube. Okay, there we go. It's 25 different blood textures on a PNG that are split up into little pieces. So then when you just grab these, they're a 4x4 plane that you just drag into scene, and it looks just like this. And as far as the texture goes, the texture has three things. It has an albedo, it has a metallic, and has a normal map. And instead of being set to opaque, we have an alpha channel on it. We set it to cutout, and that gives you your blood decal. So that should hopefully answer your questions. Okay, let me press F. Let's get back to our archway. Do you want to use this for your thesis? What's your thesis on? All right, let's go ahead and play. Okay, so he's going to run up to the second floor. And okay, so here's another question, guys: is do you want to um, use these kind of transition cutscenes to load up new sections, or do you want to do it old school or new school Resident Evil, where you literally just walk through the rooms? Something to think about. Okay, so this section, let's take a look. There's this lighting, this old antiquated lighting system that's going to run all the way through here. I don't think I have anything for that, honestly. I do have the lights, but I don't have the cable. It looks like we have a couple exit signs up here. What else do we got? There's these giant placards. Oh, there's another air vent that goes over here. Okay. Let's see. Hello all. Hello everybody. I didn't know the webinar was on YouTube, or I would have been here earlier. Oh, I'm sorry, Rhett. Yeah, just hang out, buddy. I'm gonna be here for another maybe 5 hours, 4 hours. So, if you guys need to go get some food, come back. I'll still be here working. It's not a problem. So go do your thing. Let's see. So I just see a bunch of lights, honestly, and this air vent system and the exit signs. So let's go ahead and add our air vents back in. And fortunately for us, we have an old metal air duct system built inside of Unity already. Let's see. Eggy. Boy, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's a VR app, a recreation of the firefighters' experience on duty. Yeah, man. I mean, if you could use Filebase to do that, not only can you use it, make sure you send us a link so we could see how you used it. It would be awesome. Let's see. We can do cables in Pro Builder. Ooh, that's a really smart idea, actually. Nice. New School. It looks like New School is the overwhelming favorite so far. And when I say overwhelming, it's like 1 vote to 2. Boy, I shouldn't laugh at that. So let's see. How about we do the air vent? This one may actually look better. So I'm going to drop this in, and let's go ahead and paste the component values. And I'm going to bring this up close to the ceiling, like this. And what I want to do is take this air vent from against this wall. And should I even put it against this column? Oh, I don't think it'll fit. The column's not thick enough. So I am going to set this like that. And I think this will look good. Pretty much just like this. Oh, Reggie. Without the R. Edgy. Oh, okay, Edgy. That's a cool name. So I'm going to copy this component, and let's do the 2 straight. There's a straight duct and a straight duct with a vent. Okay, so we'll do 2 straight ducts, and I will paste the component values there. And we're going to just run these simultaneously, and we'll just go from this top view and kind of line this up. 1, 2. All right. Oh, this is going to look beautiful. All right, and I will place this one right here. And instead of using um, that duct, I'm going to use another corner duct right here. I will paste the transform. Press F. And then this duct system will go all the way down the hallway. So let's go ahead and grab these. And bring this down. Oops, I gotta go to center mode so I can shift all these. And we'll just duplicate and follow this air duct track all the way down. And where does it end here? It looks like it ends going into this room. So I'll go ahead and grab this corner pipe right there. And we will position it just like that. All right, so from this perspective, this is what it looks like. So it does run through there, which is not a good look. So I'm curious if I can do a slight adjustment. Bring it down a little bit. Oh, we're going to run into that other door right there. I may have to cut this one and move these two down. And I also probably want to switch this duct out with a straight one. There we go. So hopefully the player doesn't hit their head. I don't think it will. So we'll be able to just run that all the way down the hallway. And we'll be good. All right. And then what else do we need to do? We needed that ducting, and we needed one more thing, which were the lights and the cables. Now, I don't think I have like an Art Deco statue. Well, I have an underground Gothic statue. I can't seem to click on underground Gothic statue. Interesting. So I gotta double check that one. And see why this one isn't working. And then once I do that, I'll be able to verify the problems. So if that's the case, I'm going to throw in a different statue temporarily. So I'll throw in this one. So I have made a promise to lose some weight this year. I need to lose weight anyway. You know, it would just be good for me health-wise. So I'm trying to do the what you call it, a diet, not a diet, but it's more like I'm going to try to um, eat or not eat anything until around noonish, one ish. What is it that? What do they call it? The fasting. The I forget the type of fasting they call it. Intermittent fasting. So instead of eating, what you call it? Instead of eating all day long, you consume less calories because you cut out certain things and um, uh, you don't you just it's just simple math. The less food you put in, the less you have to work out, the less you have to adjust your diet to accommodate the influx of calories. So I've been trying that lately, and streaming also helps because then you don't eat for a couple hours. So yesterday I didn't eat till 3, and I was like, okay, I'm doing all right. This isn't that bad. So 8. I do 8:16. What does that mean? Like 8:16? You eat at 8 hours and then you don't eat every 16 hours. That's what you mean, right? Yeah. How is that working for you? Have you noticed some weight loss there? Do you feel okay? Just lunch and dinner. Sean just does lunch and dinner. Yeah, like for a while there, I got accustomed to eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And I remember in college, I never did. Yeah, the Gothic statue is unclickable on my end, so I gotta verify that as well, Tom. I think I just didn't attach the link. This is great because I'm finding all these errors in Filebase that I need to go back and personally fix. So I will make sure that I take care of that and adjust those things. But yes, I found that problem as well. Yeah, I remember back in college, I would wake up, and of course in college I was a smoker as well, so I would smoke cigarettes and not eat anything until 10:30, 11, and sometimes I wouldn't eat anything until 5 o'clock at night, which didn't do me any good. But I'm curious if I did go back to that, not necessarily extreme form of dieting, but if I were to just reduce the amount of calorie intake, would I get to the point where, all right, the calories just kind of take themselves off? It makes sense. Mathematically, it makes sense. And I tried the whole, like, eat 6 meals a day to lose weight. I can't do that because my 6 meals turn into like 6 plates of pasta, and I've gained 50 pounds by the end of the week. So it didn't work necessarily for me. But
Leon!
all right.
It's good to see
I can't even watch this acting. Okay, so that was all he did in that hallway, and now he's going back down. So this is what I have to reference. I do believe that there are soda machines at the end of this hallway. So let's take a look at this. But it looks like this one just has lights, and that's it. So this will be pretty straightforward and easy to knock out. So let's do props. Oh wow, he has a lot of energy, but do if with keto, so don't feel hunger for a long time. Oh, I don't know. That'd be interesting. Yeah, I need to lose freaking weight. I can't keep going the way I am, or I'm gonna be in trouble. Let's do. I'm gonna call this ceiling, floor. Yeah, and being in the IT tech industry, I've been so used to like always consistently putting, work in front of uh, health. And now that I'm 40, it's like, oh, maybe it's a moment where I kind of do the opposite. Um, so I don't know. Just curious to see what you guys are doing, and if there's something that you guys are attempting to work on that is working well with you. It turns into a corner also. Yeah, so it turns into a corner. Aren't like the vending machines like right down here, if I do recall? Um, but let me go ahead and so it looks like right over here we have a lot of assets that like pipes and cables and all this other stuff, and then we have the mops and all the other stuff that we had in the this hallway down below. I believe it was the liquor hallway, if I'm not mistaken. If I turn that back on, yes, a lot of these assets down here are being used upstairs, which is pretty cool. I could grab those assets and pull them up, or I could just grab and drop. I think I'll probably just do a grab and drop scenario. But what I will do is there is this whole box area right here. And instead of me importing and placing these boxes upstairs, I will duplicate this. And then I will move this upstairs and set this at the corner of the room. And that took like 2 seconds of work right there. And that looked pretty good. I like that. All right. Well, and if people keep hoarding all the food, everyone's going to get thin really fast. I had a couple friends who were like, well, considering there's no produce and no meat, I guess I'm going vegetarian for a month. All right. So let me look back at this hallway. Okay, so we got the mop. The mop. Everyone's looking for the mop. The 5-star mop. So let's see. The 5-star mop. There we go. You can't beat this mop. This mop is the greatest mop that has ever mopped. All right. Dude, I can't wait for the day I actually see this mop in like some sort of AAA game. I will literally post. I'll make that my profile pic from now on. I will let the world know that I have made it. Oh man. So let me go ahead and copy this component. Again, I do this a lot. Copy paste. There's nothing wrong with that. Let's add an electric panel because this area looks pretty. It looks pretty rugged, and it would be good to have it in an area like this, especially, these walls look really good over here, but when we get to a section like this where the walls tend to get a little plain, this would be a great spot to place a electrical panel to kind of break up the monotony a little bit. And then I believe there are the vending machines over here. So let's go to number 1. We'll locate this vending machine. We have the cola machine that is pasted right here. And then we also have the other vending machine, which we can locate. And we can paste that right there. We'll position that against the wall. And let's make sure that these are close to the right size. There we go. And, oops, and let me get this off the floor. I believe it's because, there we go. Yeah. This would have never been done. This game would have never finished if we didn't have that 5-star mop. Oh, Lord. Air ducts. Let's locate that. And it looks like the air ducts. There are no air ducts, but we have these this piping, this electrical piping going through. So let's go ahead and add that. What I will do is go to the next page. We got these pipes. So let's go ahead and locate where these pipes are. And we're going to build a nice little set of pipes for this. We have this prefab right here. I don't think it's going to be useful for us. But I think if we do the long pipes, the rings, let's see, we got 3 variations. So let's do a long ring. And yeah, I think these long and the ring one are going to be our 2 go-tos. So with this, I'm just going to take these 2, attach these together, and we will duplicate this. And then from here, I'm going to take these 2. I'm going to go to the center mode. And I'm just going to kind of adjust this a little bit. And what I'll try to do is go to this perspective and size these up. I want to go to a parallel view so that they're totally even. And that way I can make sure that as I'm stitching these long bands of pipes together, that they all kind of sync together. So we'll do another set like this and another set like this. So we got these 4 sets of pipes all leading in one direction. Then I'm going to go ahead and create an empty game object. I'll reset it, and I'll call this, pipes 4. Just something for me to reference. If I grab these and I drop these under here, I got all my pipes together. Now I'm going to take this pipes 4 and make this a prefab. That way, every time I add this in, it will be a new prefab inside my the whole group comes in at one time. So I'm going to paste my component values here, and it looks like they cut through the wall, which is okay. So I'm going to take these and I will just duplicate these and run these down the entire hallway. And I can duplicate these, run these down this hallway, but I'll do a little bit of a rotation the other direction. So from this perspective, I want to make sure these are obvious. There we go. So now I got these pipes running down my hallway, which looks pretty cool. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. And then I got this section over here. I wish I had more footage of this area. Where can I get more footage? What do we call this? Let's see. Do I just play this more? Let's see. I think he's coming back up. So let's see if he goes down this hallway. So he runs down. Perfect. Oh, so there was no vending machine up here. Oh, why am I having that memory? I swear. What is it called? What do they call it? What's his name? Mandela effect. Okay. So we need to add some glass and some boxes all around. Okay. So these two can go away. Right, so let's just grab the boxes then. 1, 2, 3. Duplicate. Now position these over here. We need broken glass. So let's go ahead and grab some of that from the trash assets. Trash assets right here. So glass bottle, broken paper piles. We don't need those. We need the other trash assets. So broken glass. There we go. Let's go ahead and paste the component values. And, we'll litter this area up, rotate it a couple ways. And then we'll throw in a brick, paste component values. Just some litter to fill up our hallways. Oh, is it in this room down here? Oh, that bummer. All right. And then let's see, what else can we add in? I mean, we got trash cans, stuff like that. Here, I'm just gonna throw in a wooden plank, and I'll set this over here. And we'll just quickly litter this room up a little bit so it's not as clean running through this area. And then we'll go ahead and save that. Of course, we can spend a lot more time adding way more assets into here, but I think we could probably just jump over to the stars office then. Let's reset this, and this is the props. And this is the second to last section, or actually a third to last section we're going to need to work on before we start getting into lighting. Walls, ceilings, floors. Let's grab all this good stuff and drop this in. And then props. And then once that's done, let's go ahead and move on to the Raccoon Stars office. And this Stars office is loaded with stuff. So we definitely want to take the time to really make things look pretty sharp, pretty beautiful inside of here. So I'm going to go back here because we spend some time inside the Stars office. We have this epic cutscene. Really emotional. Ooh, look at all this stuff. Oh my god. Oh, wow. That's a lot of stuff in here. Okay. Let's stretch it out. Get ready for this one. Okay. This is a junk room. Good thing we have office supplies. Okay, so let's start off. Let's locate some lockers. And we'll throw that in here. Vending machine hallway. And then I'm going to paste my component values. That should put me up here. That is a lot of junk. This is where, like, you could spend days building one room. Like, seriously, there's just so much stuff. All right, so I'm going to put this over here. I'm going to go ahead and grab, there was some bookcases. Actually, I'm going to move the locker over here. What I may do is do two sets. Press the F button. I will vector snap these two. So you got like two sets of lockers right here. All right. And then I'm going to go grab the cabinet. Or the bookshelf, I'm sorry. Boom. So we're going to paste this into here. And what we'll do is we'll flip this around, and then let's see, with this shelf, I am going to turn off 1 and 2. Here we go. And then let's get back over here. We've got this control panel set up here. So let's look at I'm going to download this sci-fi command desk. I think this is going to actually work pretty well in this area. So I'm going to grab this sci-fi command desk, and let's just drag this in here. Oh yeah, we're going to be working on this one for a little bit. We're going to paste the scales. And I'll turn off these wheels. And then probably doesn't work. Yeah, that looks like ass. That won't work. That looks way out of place. I mean, yeah. Let me see something. Terminal. Oh, this will work perfectly. Yes. Yes, I knew I had something. Let me just delete. I don't know why this one is taking so long. I think it just may be I just caught it at the wrong time, because it's only 11 megabytes. It should be like instantaneous. Locate. Yes, this will work so much better. So sci-fi terminal can go away. Where's the sci-fi terminal? Command desk. Yeah, that's what that was, right? Terminal. Where are you? Locate. Old PC terminal. And then we will paste component values. And yeah. And then we will set this perfectly. Ah, doesn't that work perfectly, guys? I knew one day this would be used. One day, eventually, it would be perfect. I knew it. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and grab the office chairs. So let's go ahead and do that. Uh, Office chairs. Locate. Paste this as a new value. Make these a little bigger. Then let's go to this perspective view. We got 1, 2, 3. I'll move these lockers a little bit over to the side. Right? Okay, so we're filling this up. Console. Sometimes it does that when you upload Filebase. And then, what else are we missing? We need electrical panels up above. So let's go ahead and add that. Electrical panel. Uh, Electrical panel right there. Let's paste this in. And we will copy the component values. And then press F, zoom in. There we go. That looks pretty darn good. And then I'm going to go ahead and grab these other sci-fi panels and drop these into here as well. There we go. Look at that. Holy goodness, that looks good. And then I'm going to... I need desks. Desks facing each side. So we already downloaded those. There is zero reason to download more desks if you already have a desk. Unless, you really, really want to. I would just say, keep it... Try to go as light on your adding duplicate materials as possible. Duplicate objects as possible. So I'm going to go ahead and this perspective, and we'll just duplicate these two. And we'll position this like right here. And then we'll duplicate these and position those right over here. So we got the dual desk layout. And then I'll go ahead and grab... My goodness, these kids are excited. So we got those chairs that we'll position right there. And then what else are we missing? We got lights that we need to add. We need PCs, computers. What are we doing? So we got some options here. I'm going to do it this computer system right here. I'm going to put some old school Dells on everybody's desk. And I will locate that. And then we will paste this component value. And there we go. There we go. And then we'll just duplicate this. And we'll just align it a little offset. Set that over on this one. Make sure it doesn't like float off the desk. And we'll duplicate these. And place these right over here. Look at that. Okay, so we got computer desks all lined up. And we need to go get the lights. So where are the light, office lights? Locate. So I'll need all three of these. And then we'll reset the positions. I'll put the 2 trash cans right out here at the front of these. One will get the fan. And let's just start dropping the lamps everywhere. All right. And then I'm just going to duplicate this. I'll move these 2 over to this side. Slightly alter the direction. And boom. All right. This is good. This is good. We're making progress. Okay. And then we have lights, boxes right here. We need to add those in. So where are the boxes? Box, 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 box. Here we go. Locate those. That takes me right over here. Box 1. I'm going to drop box 4. Let's drop box 3. And let me just shut my door just a little bit. All right. Oh, let's see, Adam. We are always making new assets, my friend. Always. It never stops. Okay. Okay, so got boxes stacked right there. We need the bulletin corkboard up there. I think this is looking good. I don't have a dartboard. And then we got another desk over here with a printer, a telephone, a bunch of other stuff. Paper strewn all without. So let's get our corkboard in. Let's see. Board. I believe we'll also need a dry erase board in here. All right, so we got that corkboard in here, and then we have another desk over on this side. Yeah. I think there's just a login, username and password. And then I'll grab a chair, duplicate that. And we have a lot of office chairs too. So if you guys want to alternate between different chairs, all you have to do is just type in chair. We got this office chair, a nice leather one, a regular one. We got wooden chairs all about. I'm just using the same chair over and over again just because it'll keep things a little bit lighter, but you definitely have room to grow it as much as you want. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Let's see, there's the printer, telephone. I know we have the printer. I know we have a telephone too. But let's see, where's the printer? Right over here. So we'll locate that. And yeah, I mean, this gets progressively easier, honestly. The more stuff that you bring into your scene, eventually game layout, game design stops being, oh, well, I got to do XYZ, and now it's like, well, I have to do some work naturally, but I will be able to get this done at a pretty quick pace, which is nice. And you know what? I may even throw in the copier, the photocopy machine, right next to it. It's a great office asset to have. And it really fills up a room pretty quickly. So, yeah, that would look really cool. And then let's see if he walks to the other side of the room. So he walks in, gets his gun from his locker. All right, here's the other side. Okay, so we got cabinets, shelves, bookcases. So let's throw one shelf over here. Press F to focus. So we got one shelf right there. We have the chief's police desk. Right over here. And then we have another bookcase cabinet over there. So let's see what kind of cases we have. If we don't have anything that we like currently, we can always download more. Let's grab this filing cabinet. let's paste this value. All right, I'll just set that right there. Damn, that's big. All right. And then I'm going to grab the board, the dry erase board, paste in this component value, and we'll put it behind the police chief's desk, along with another cork board. Tom says they bought them all in bulk. Yes, they did. And it looks like it's just a lot of paintings and junk at that point. Right? Oh, there's the TV up above. And we have a TV and that we used already. That is in the it's in the press room. So I'm going to grab, where's the TV? Office TV, broken TV, small divider. I'll just duplicate this and bring this out. And I'll move this up and over. Whoops. Oh, center. All right. No, I have put 0 colliders, Neil, on all of my objects. And I did that very specifically. I don't know how you guys are going to use your assets. But B, to add a collider to these assets, it'd be really easy. Just select all of these, add component, add box collider. To delete colliders, you have to go through each one and manually delete them. That's a pain in the butt. So I leave it up to you guys if how you want to add colliders. But yeah, I personally try not to add any of them because I don't know how you guys are going to manipulate your scene. It would be, and you may hate me if I just randomly just started dropping dozens and dozens of assets or colliders on your assets, and you're like, oh, I can't use this. I have to go through and manually fix everything again. So that's why we don't do it. So let's see. I'm going to go to my... Okay, so I haven't hit 60 yet, which is incredible. I haven't hit 60 yet, and I have this many assets in the scene. Let's see. I'm looking for pictures. So I want to find some paintings. And then I'm going to put in some plants to kind of fill in the rest. So I'm just going to grab these paintings. And these are nice, mainly because I could take these paintings and I can adjust the image onto these as I want. But right now, we had, because you could do Creative Commons for items from the National Art Archives and stuff like that. So we have these old school paintings on there, but you can pull whatever you need to to place into these paintings, and all you have to do is just change the texture. So I'll show that to you in just a second. So let's see. It's like this painting right here. You know, let's say I wanted to adjust this painting right here. There's the frames, and then there's the painting shaders. All you have to do is change the albedo and drop in your new texture. So you're good. So if you guys wanted to match the scene more accurately, you know, because the police chief has a bunch of like medals for accommodation over here. You can put those police chief medals over there. Or if you wanted this to say stars instead, say stars instead, we could do that. In fact, I'm curious, you know, just for giggles. RE2 stars poster images. Where's the stars? Oh, that's it, but I want something. Stars banner. Like I'm looking for something kind of like this one up here. This is... Oh, why did they do that? Let's see if I see anything that is... Okay, here we go. Okay, so Raccoon Police Department. I'm going to save this image as, and I'll put it on the desktop. Stars logo, and I'll save it right there. And then I'll go to my folder, desktop. Where's the stars logo? Stars logo. I will drop that into my paintings right here. And I'm going to select this particular one, go to painting, and let's drop this into here. And whew, that looks pretty stretched out. So may need to size that a little bit better. Ew. Let me reveal show in Finder. I'm going to take this into some photo editing software. Photoshop's thinking. Tick, 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 tock. All right, open up Photoshop. Let's see. Just gonna adjust this Photoshop document real quick. Okay. It's not a PNG. What the hell is it then? Hold on. File new. Interesting. Let's go back here. Oh, because it is a JPEG. Look at that. But it's saved as a PNG. Okay. So I'm just going to crop it just real quick. Oh gosh, it's so slow on this PC. Okay, now I'm going to go back here and then select this and drop it onto there, and it's still not listening to me. Gotta cheat it then. There you go. We cheated. All right. So that's how you get, like, you know, something custom in there. You know what looked really good in here is it needs an American flag. Needs a little America in there. America flag. F yeah. Paste component. Let's go set it to the pivot. And then I'll move this over to where the police chief sits. It's Chief Irons, if I'm not mistaken. In the first one, he wasn't nearly as insane as he is in the second one. In the second one, he's absolutely just like a lunatic. Let's see, we got that in there. What else can we add? Let's go ahead and save. And we could definitely add garbage and stuff like that to his desk. But I feel like, all right, so we did a pretty darn good job of this star's office. We could definitely add more food, more junk everywhere. But for the most part, like, this is the star's environment. So let's create an empty game object, and we're going to call this ceilings, walls, floor. And in here, I need to make sure I grab a bunch of these assets that I know are not wall elements. And I'm going to drag these out. And I like keeping them separated, just so it's easy for me to add and delete assets. If the props suck or the props needs adjustments, it's not a problem. So let's go ahead and create a new game object. We can reset this value. We'll call this props. And we will grab all these props, drop them in here, and then we'll put this into this police department area. So here's the office with, and here's the office without. And we need to make sure we grab those and put those in the props as well. So I'm just going to do a quick rotation around the room. And yep, I mean, there you go. Here's your video game, guys. Okay, so that was this hallway and this hallway. These two sections are done. The last section that we need to do is this main entrance hallway. Once we get that done, then I say we start adding in our light fixtures. Once those light fixtures are set, then we add in, I'm going to export the entire scene out. And I want to keep this just, it's kind of like the level build. And this would be also a good thing so that when you guys get it, you start with the level built. And then when it's time to like, all right, add your colliders, add this, add that, you guys are able to, and you're able to put it into different post-processing profiles, such as, you know, the universal pipeline / lightweight rendering pipeline, or the high definition rendering pipeline. If you don't know, going to those pipelines, easy. Leaving those pipelines, not so much. So let's create it. Let's start it at a good place, and then we'll kind of push forward from there. Before we do, I'm going to take a quick little freshening up break, so you guys can check this commercial ad. If you're looking at this and wondering where the hell did these assets come from, where is this tool? This commercial is going to explain it all to you. So I'm going to put this on and I'll freshen up for a second and I'll be right back.
Introducing the Game Dev HQ Pro Membership, a brand new subscription-based service aimed at helping you succeed as a game developer. This service gives you access to powerful tools, amazing assets, and easy-to-follow certifications to make you become a legit Unity 3D game developer and software engineer. Get instant access to over 100 hours of authorized training available through our built-in custom streaming platform. Earn your game developer certification and software engineer certifications by developing games for 2D, 2.5D, 3D, mobile, and even AR. The Game Dev HQ Pro membership also provides the easiest, most powerful, and enjoyable tool to give you the freedom to create. Introducing Filebase, an amazing tool built for Unity 3D that gives you access to thousands of video game assets developed by our in-house team of artists, from weapons, tools, props, vegetation, vehicles, systems, and even entire levels. You'll see how incredibly easy and enjoyable game development can be. Your membership's value will continue to grow through the year as new assets are added on a weekly basis and can even be requested. We have made it our goal to help you not only enter the world of game development, but successfully build and publish your game. The Pro membership also includes a growing library of custom-built challenges and a vault filled with live Pro Workshop content. This Game Dev HQ Pro membership provides you a powerful set of tools and training that makes learning game development easier than ever before. Log on to GameDevHQ.com right now to learn how the Game Dev HQ Pro membership can become your game development solution.
It's time to make 2020 your year with the Ultimate Game Jam by Game Dev HQ. You've taken the courses, you've built the levels, and you know how to make a game. And now it's time to show your stuff. The Game Jam starts today and ends on September 30th, 2020. Yes, that is a full 8 months to build your game. But there's a catch. Your game has to be completed and published. No levels, no EXEs, no work in progress. We're talking about a finished game from beginning, middle, and end. It has to also be monetizable, either through ads or DLC or a sales price. No free games. It needs to be published to a mass market delivery channel such as Steam, consoles, iOS, or Android. We will only play games we can buy or download through portals the average gamer can access. No exceptions. Finally, this game has to be built this year. If you want to pillage off of old games, that is fine, but no turning in a game that you've worked on for the past 5 years. You may ask why.
because the top 10 finishers will get an in-depth video promo advertising their game in November and December of 2020. The top 3 winners will earn the grand prize, 1 year of promotion by Game Dev HQ on the best of Made with Unity videos. The first place will be featured on 2 of the 4 monthly videos, while the runner-ups will split the last 2 videos. We estimate over 2.5 million views in 2021, and every week you will have a chance to have your game featured as an ad for an entire year. This is why we need your game to be complete and monetizable. We're giving up thousands of dollars of potential ad revenue to market your game for free, and we are doing this to help you, the indie developers, succeed. There is no theme, there is no restriction of scope. The sky is the limit. Work by yourself, work as a team, or work with other groups. Stop dreaming about the game you hope to build one day and make 2020 the year that changes the rest of your life. If you've never built a game before, sign up for the Game Dev HQ Pro experience and jump over to our courses to learn how to build a 2D, a 2.5D, a 3D, a first-person shooter, or any other game. Need assets? Our Pro membership gives you access to thousands of game assets. Need assistance? Pro members can ask help on our Discord channel, and we may even dedicate one of our weekly workshops to help you figure out your problem. We will do our best to give you the tools, but you will have to be willing to put in the work for the next 8 months to change your life. Reach out, share ideas, and meet other team members on our Discord channel at GameDevHQ, and hashtag MadeWithUnity on Twitter to possibly be featured in one of our best ofs throughout the year so everyone can get excited about the amazing game you and your team are developing. Your clock starts now. Your deadline is September 30th. A new future for you can begin as early as next year as a published game developer, earning thousands of dollars doing what you love with the support from your buds at GameDevHQ.com. We cannot wait to see what you create and let the games begin, my friends.
Okay, thank you for letting me take that break. Gotta get all ready. Okay, just a quick synopsis for everybody who may be tuning in for the first time. We at Game Dev HQ wanted to build Resident Evil 2 as part of a third-person game experience. And we wanted to do it using Filebase. Filebase is a tool created by Game Dev HQ that gives you access to thousands of pre-made, ready-to-go video game assets. This tool right here is built into Unity and is available for people who are pro members who subscribe on a yearly basis. And the yearly basis is generally $150 a year, but because we're all trapped inside of a bubble trying not to get the coronavirus, we have reduced the price down from $150 a year to $99 a year. That's basically $9 a month to get all of our training courses in how to do a 2D shooter, 2.5D, mobile platforming games, some VR, some augmented reality, the C# survival guide to learn how to code. But then you also get access to Filebase. And not many people know what Filebase is. Not many people understand what Filebase is. So what it is a tool that we needed to create in order to make it easier for us to kind of build courses, but in the end it turned into something much bigger. So this entire level so far that you see has been constructed using a total of 59 assets. I can look inside my view download directory, and you could see the assets that I used to build this entire Resident Evil 2 environment. At this point, we have over 1,046 assets. So, it's getting a lot bigger. It's getting a lot more complex. I know James mentioned, what's the deal with, or just Ben mentioned that are there characters. We do have a couple. We right now are in the process of making sure of two things. One is that they're optimized. Instead of having 3 textures per game character, we have, one texture set. And the texture set can be applied for both the hair and the regular skin elements, the regular PBR. The second thing we really want to focus on is we're trying to build a couple systems that integrate well with Unity. And one is this third-person character controller that we're creating that mimics the RE2 experience, the RE2, the new one, the control. So it's like this third-person over-the-shoulder. You right-click, and you're able to use and aim down your weapon sights and stuff like that. So we want to make sure that if we do put that together, that nobody struggles putting together a character using that controller system. So it will be there soon enough. I mean, we've been grinding on this for a while, so we just want to make sure we do this right. Because, like, I have a whole post-it note filled of things that I need to fix. Hold on one sec. So, that kind of gives you an idea of what we are doing here on Game Dev HQ. And you could see just with 60 assets. Look at what we created right here. We have 2 stories. So we have our main hallway, and we walk in to this kind of like post room area, which then takes us to this the creeper hallway, you know, where the creeper's sitting up here, ready to attack. And then it takes us down this section where we have some zombies. In the actual game, their arms are poking through the window trying to attack you. We have the press room over here. I have a podium that I got to get up there. I don't know where the asset is. We have a podium. This is where the player sets on fire the chimney, and the jewel pops out of a picture. And then they walk down this hallway. They come to this section. Down here at the very bottom, I forgot what room that was. But I think it's a save room at that very back room. But over here, there's a room, and I believe this is the photo room where you go to develop the photo. I can't seem to find it in the playthrough where that area is. But as soon as I do, we could finish that area out. We go upstairs, we walk through this section. This is where you move the statues to make things adjust. And then we go down here to this kind of dark, shabby hallway. And I guess this takes you to a like an employee break room where there were 2 vending machines, and inside here we just finished the STARS office so that the player can walk through and experience that as well. So now that we've done all this good stuff, let's go to our main entrance, and I want to just focus in on fixing this main hallway to match the Resident Evil experience. This is the main hallway, so it's probably the most important area of the game, so we want to make sure we pull this off right. So let's go ahead and do our playback. This is where the cop originally is in the first RE2 game. Do all assets... Just Ben asks, do all assets work on all pipelines? Yeah. You convert them all. We do have so there's we have it set up for the standard and the lightweight. We've tested these on high def. There's a lot more channels that you could play with in the HD pipeline, but we haven't uploaded all those textures specifically for the HD pipeline yet. But you can run the assets that we currently have in the HDR pipeline. Okay, so this is our main hallway. And once we start putting in props here, we can also start jumping into adding in the lights into our scene as well. Alright, so what do we got? We got, of course, the statue. We got a lot of gothic elements. We got the staircase. Over here is where we have this kind of desk terminal. So here's a good shot of what we need. We have a desk. We have a corner desk right here. We have some filing cabinets, a fan, it looks like, for some odd reason. Another regular table, a bunch of folders and books and cabinets and stuff like that. So let's go ahead and add all this stuff into here. This is also in the remake where you find the police officer injured. So over here, let's go ahead and start adding in all this goodness. So for us, of course, Filebase, let's pull this thing up. Since we have a lot of these assets downloaded, we don't have to worry too much about importing new assets, but let's take a look at what we have. Desk. Let's see. Oh, this is great because I already have this asset loaded. So I'm just going to use these corner desks to drop into scene. And we'll move this up, and I'm going to zoom in. And I just want to get this right at the height point. And then I'm going to go to transform. I'm going to copy this component. So that way I at least save the XY position, the transform positions of this. So I'll position this like this, and then I'll move this over to this area. And then we're going to go adjust our scale. So let's see. I think this is on the X. Yes. And we'll press the F button. And what I'm going to do is I want to lock these two together. So I'm going to vertex snap these two elements together. And it's a little bigger than I think what I originally anticipated, but that is okay. I also think this desk is a little smaller than it should be. Oops, I don't want to just move this. Oh, another thing you'll notice is that our tables, all the drawer elements are broken or split up. So if you want to open a particular drawer, you can do that, and it would help you put together let's say, for instance, you wanted to come over to this desk and you're ray casting at this drawer. You could set an animation to open the drawer up once you did raycast onto it, and then close it as well to pull items out, like the current Resident Evil allows you to do. That's totally what I was trying to get out of my mouth. I was just having a hard time putting it together. I don't know why. So with Filebase, there's the home directory where you could search everything, or you can go to view your downloads and you could see what assets you already have. And if you already have assets in your game, it's going to pull up this locate button versus the download button. And so we've been using that a lot to locate assets that are currently in our game being used somewhere else and place them within our scene. So I'm going to move this desk over here because it looks like they use two different desks in this particular area. Let me verify. Yeah, they use like two different desks right over here. And they even put in some sort of cabinet with a terminal. It's really hard to see. There's another desk located over here. So if we don't have another desk, which I don't see, and I really don't want to add too many more assets into this scene. 60 is a lot. So I'm just going to grab and duplicate this. And I'll just, you buy in bulk, so it's okay. I'll just set this right over here. Oh, look what I did. I didn't grab the main piece. So I just took the actual desk. Duplicate this. Rotate this around. And there we go. We'll place that right here. Let's see what else we got. We got, looks like, files. Lots of files. Lots of office stuff. Stuff is a good term I will use here. Stuff. So let's see. I got a file cabinet stuff cabinet right here. So let's just drop this into scene. Here we go. Now just place stuff on stuff. Thank you, Adobe. All right. So I'll leave that right there. And, you know, we could size this up a little more to kind of make it match. And then we have chairs, computer, typewriter. I don't think I have a typewriter. So let's get chairs and computer in. So inside of here, I'm going to go grab my chair. Chair, locate. There we go. Office chair. Paste position. And now I use a lot of the same assets over and over again. It's your choice if you'd like to add more assets, more variety. It's totally up to you. I am not going to stop you on that. And it, you know, just be conscientious. I think it's a good idea always to, if you don't need to add it, don't put it in. But if you do, of course, make it work. Paste component values. Okay. I'm going to put this PC over here. There we go. Looks pretty good. What else is there in this section? Typewriter. There's some lights. So we need to add the light, office light. There we go. We'll locate that. Add this lamp. Let me hide this real quick. Lamp. We'll paste component values and move that over here. And then it looks like just a bunch of paper and junk all over everywhere else. But this area of ours looks a little empty. So I'm going to throw a couple other things into this section. Just to kind of fill it up a little bit. I'm going to throw these here. And you know what I may end up doing? Let's throw this down here. set that right there. And then may have to at some point put some fun desk thing, like I forget what they call it. It's something to do with it's like a back piece of a desk. I forget what they call that. Let's see, I'll stick that over there. And then we'll add, what else can we add? I know we downloaded folders. That may be a good thing to add. So let's locate that. Folders. We'll drop this right here. And we will reset. Oh, no, I want to paste component values. So I can move these over here. And then, we'll just spread them around. And then I will just simply take this, duplicate this, and we will move it to this table as well. And we have paper junk. We have more office junk that we could put up here. But that's like going into like the micro details, and I don't think we're going to get into that. So we're going to do broad strokes here. But we should be able to get a really good looking sense of this level doing it this way. Okay, let's go back to here. Let's go ahead and play this. Okay, I think that's the majority of this level right here. Yeah, I guess you're right, Tom. It might be like some sort of cubicle piece. It's like on a desk. There's like this extended part of a desk that you tend to have. I forget what they call it. But yeah, okay. I'm going to grab all this stuff, and we'll call this props. And I'm just going to grab this, drag this into here, and I'll put these props into entrance. And I could probably put statue into floor 1 since it's not going to be moving. So it's going to be a static object. So there's the, we could put a RE2, Resident Evil 2, or GameDev HQ plaque right here. I don't care, but, it could be there. But for this instance, now let's look at lighting. And let's start putting in our lights. And it's important that we try to keep our lights separate because, A, we want to be able to work on them, but also B, when we do the lighting, we need to really consider these as prefabs. We don't want to just drop our lights in, because if we have to do adjustments to the intensity, to the colors, to any of this stuff, we don't want to do it for all of them individually. We want to be able to knock them all out at one time. So when we build this, we definitely want to make sure that our lighting stays separated and immediately are turned into prefabs so that we don't have to deal with problems later on, because it will cause problems. So I see a lot of these lights, these kind of old round lights. So let's take a look. We have a bunch of interior lights, switches, things like that. These, I think, are going to be our go-tos right here, because these are nice interior type of illuminating lights that you would see, especially these two. This one right here is a good one. Over here, this kind of drooping one is going to be good. The double, this one, yeah, I think these are exactly the kind of lights we need to fill in our scene. So let's go ahead and start by downloading both of these. So we're going to go ahead and import, and that's interior lights 7 through 11. And then I'm going to download interior lights 1 through 6. Okay, and so I'm just going to click the locate button to find those. All right, so inside of here, I'm just going to create a prefab folder for each one, because this is going to be important. And then we're going to start off, I think, 7 through 11. And we're going to want to grab, I believe, these lights right here. I'm going to drop this into scene at 000, and then I'm going to immediately take it and drop it into the prefab folder. And that's going to turn this into a prefab. So when I adjust this here, now I get this overrides to scene button up here. Really important. We want to make sure that that's clicked on immediately. And then we could take this and attach this into the areas that are going to be giving out the lighting. So let's take a look at this. It looks like we want to put lighting in areas. Does anyone know how to turn off that beeping noise in Unity? It also happens when Unity recompiles scripts, and it gets really annoying. I've tried searching for some. I don't know what beeping noise you're speaking of, sir. Let's see. Let's try a different light. Interior lights 1 through 6. I don't think I have a half light like that. I don't know if I want to put it into the wall either. Let's see. Light. Maybe something we need to make later. So instead of those lights, let me do these 7s. I think these 7s will work. 7. Let's move this up and over. Press the F button so I can focus this as I put this into the wall. And I'll duplicate this, set this right over here, and we can actually duplicate this a couple times. Oh yeah, that's a Windows 10 beat. That's not a Unity beat. Okay, so I'm going to take these lights, duplicate those. We're definitely going to want to go through here. Now, one of the tricks for game design and level design in general is if you want your player to go to a certain location, illuminate it. Even if it doesn't make sense to illuminate a certain area, illuminate it. Because the player's only going to go to areas that are bright. It's just kind of like a level psychology thing. So always position lights around areas of importance, and then make sure the other areas that are unimportant or uninteresting to your scene are set to dark. And then it will force players to walk in a certain area. So for this instance, if I light this scene as it currently is, the players are only going to care basically about this L right here. That's all they're going. That's all they're going to focus in on. We haven't started lighting yet, Matthias. We're just positioning lights in our scene. So, yeah, be cognizant of that. And I'm going to take these down a little bit. I feel like they're a little big. Good. So that will fit really well. And then over here, the Tekken Global mod, I can't turn the volume off when I am following along the Game Dev HQ tutorials. Yeah, no, light probes. We use light probes here. Light probes are great. Light probes are essential. So what a light probe is it's an essential tool if you're going to use static objects that emit an emission that will cast lighting onto a dynamic object. That way, your object glows correctly. So instead of having another light source, it is calculating the light emitted from a static light bake, so to speak. I've used that a lot. It's a good system. It's a good tool to use. Let's see. Okay, so now that I have those lights in the areas that are of importance, I also want to add in a chandelier, because the chandelier is really going to make this place shine. So I have this chandelier 01, which was perfect for this scene. You mean that noise right there? That is a Windows 10 thing. I don't know if I can delete that. I don't know if I want to delete that because it kind of tells me when I install stuff. So here's the chandelier. We can bring that up to the roof. And we can even make this a little bigger if we wanted to. So it'll have this grandness to it. So let's go to the top view. And we'll position our chandelier right here. And let's go ahead and set a second one right there. But before I do that, I've got to follow my own rules. Chandelier. Let's see. I gotta make sure delete that. I make this a prefab. There we go. So now, where's this? 1, 2. Okay, so I'll delete this one. And you could tell if it's a prefab or not. If it is a prefab, it's just this blue cube. But if it's not a prefab, it has this little, like a little piece of paper attached to the side. And that indicates that it's a FBX file. So walking in, there we go. From this perspective, this looks pretty grand and ominous. And this light will spill into this area right here. And this light will actually spill into this area. And I'm going to force it to spill in. So I may even work harder to make sure that the light fixtures bleed into that area. So I'll probably fake the light and push it further down. Let me go over here. There is a disconnect right here between the crown and the top of the ceiling. So I'm just going to adjust that real quick. And this should be hopefully enough lighting to illuminate this area. Now, what we may also want to do is take some lights and we'll just take like one out of these at a time. Duplicate this, press F, and we'll put these into the back column areas against these walls. And in doing such, it will illuminate these back walls, which will be a nice look. And then I'll just grab 1, 2, 3. We'll duplicate these, move these down to this side of the map, and rotate them around and place. Okay. Oops. Let me make sure it's against the wall. Let me grab these lights. Oops. And then let's go over here. And place that right there. All right. And we could do a similar thing. And what we may have to do... and I'm curious, is what I may do is take these lights right here. So I'm going to actually create a second prefab. Interior light 7. So this second prefab, I'm going to grab these. Oops. Oh, man. Because I'm thinking I may need to make 2 sets. One set darker and one set lighter. But let me think about that. I think that will come back to bite me later on. So just heads up, FYI, I may need to create a second set of lights at a different intensity that will easily be adjusted. But okay, so this should illuminate these areas and we'll be set to go. All right, with that done, I'm going to go ahead and create an empty game object, reset, call this lights. Drag that into here. All right, and these lights will go into the entrance. And these lights are both floor 1 and floor 2. Again, we may separate them, so let's just keep that on our plate right there. All right, I'm going to turn off entrance, waiting room 1. Let's go ahead and turn that on. What do we have lighting wise in waiting room 1? Okay, so we have this one central light right here illuminating waiting room 1. So I believe that is this one right here. So drop that in, make it a prefab. Then take your light and let's position this into our room. We'll set this above. So we'll say it's right there. Okay. So now we got that one light in the center. It'll cast its glow onto everything in this room. I don't know if there's a secondary light. So it looks like they faked the light in here. Because if this was really how it was lit, you see this shadow? This would be like black. So I think there's like a secondary light in their rendering that they used to lighten up this scene. But we're going to follow our own rules. We're going to say, all right, we want the player to come in through here. We want them to focus in on getting to this door, right? So let's put a light at this door that the player will go to. Then we'll do something different. Let's do this interior light. And I'll make this a prefab. And I'll copy this. And we'll paste the component value. So it moved up there. Oops. Whoa. There we go. And let me set this to the pivot. I'll move it down. And we'll position this right here. So as people walk by, they'll see this light right here. This will be the guiding area at which the player will follow. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to create a reset position. And I'll drop these into here. And we'll put this in the hallway waiting room. Which looks really nice. Then we want to do our liquor hallway. Our liquor hallway. They don't use these nice lights. This is a more back of the house industrial kind of look. So this is going to use those long fluorescent lights. Okay, so we have the escape sign already, but you see it's using those fluorescents. So let's grab, let's grab our fluorescents. If you don't know, you could dock Filebase into the side windows, which is what happened up here. But I like keeping it floating. That's just my thing. So let's do light. And let's take a look at some of our fluorescents that we have available. I'm going to do... Those are sci-fi lights, so we're not going to do those. But we do have these fluorescents right here. Which one should we go with? I want to say let's go with... How about I go with... I can't determine. Because I like this edging that this one has. It's very mood inspiring. But these other ones have more. And it's got the things that hang up above. So let's go ahead and use these. Go ahead and import that. And we're just going to do a quick locate. And we see where our fluorescents are. Let's create a folder called prefab. And in here, I'm going to take, I believe it's this one right here, drop this into scene, and drop this into our prefab folder. Yes. Okay, so let's take this. We'll go to our top view. And I'm going to go look at this. I think these may be a touch big. So let's go to our pivot. We'll shrink this down. And then we'll raise this up to where it attaches to the ceiling. And we may even consider putting this into the center of each tile. Right? So as you're walking down, maybe it's not the center of each tile, maybe it's every other tile. Let's take a look. It looks like it's the center of each tile. So that's what we'll do. I think it's going to give off way too much light, so we may have to adjust. But since we're going to bake the light anyway, it doesn't really matter. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, I'm going to skip every other one. That's a lot of light. 1, 2, 3, 4. I want this darker. Duplicate this. Duplicate this. There we go. So we got those awesome light fixtures going throughout our entire scene. They do seem really big though, so I want to shrink these down a little bit more. Yeah, probably a fraction of the size of what was scaled in. And that'll look good. And then I'm going to make sure that, and let's just watch this, I want to put lights near those doors to emphasize to the player where they need to go. Like right now, they don't have that, but we're going to do that on ours. So inside of our, let's see, interior lights, let's see what we got. I'm going to go to this file. I think a good one, again, this is industrial. This isn't really for show. Maybe that one? I don't know. I think these are more showy, so we don't want to use those. These are more, I guess, cheaper is a good description. They weren't meant to blow away people. So let's see. Yeah, I may just grab number 7. Yeah, that may be a good idea. Sorry, I'm just scratching my head right here because I'm making sure I don't make a mistake. Okay. So let's move these over here. Oh yeah, and let me make sure that in my hallway, in my lights, oh, entrance lights, interior lights, I'll make sure I apply all. That's good. Okay, and I don't see that jutting out into the back over here, which is good. So I'll duplicate this light, move this down over here. Place this against this wall. Let's see. And then we'll move this position of this light all the way down to the end of the hallway. And this will be the tell of to our not employees, to our players. You want to go down to this door. That's why the light is here. All right, perfect. So now that this one is done, let's go ahead and save these lights. Or I'm sorry, put these into the lights. And you know what I may end up doing, guys? I think you guys will like this. Because I know you guys are interested in learning about lighting. But you've seen me build this entire level. So what would be kind of cool is once I get all the light fixtures set in, instead of me doing the lighting right away, I'm going to export this whole scene out. And then you guys, when you're ready, and your pro members, you download the entire scene file. And then maybe even tomorrow when we start actually setting up lighting, you guys can do this while I'm doing it. So we're both in communication with each other. So if you run into an issue, we could talk about it, which will be, I think that's a good way to do it. You guys get to play with this in real time, and it will be of a benefit, I think, for everybody. So I think that may be a fun thing to do. If you guys are okay with that. So I'm going to turn off the weight room, and I'm going to turn on our zombie hallway. Zombie hallway. So he runs past this liquor, because God knows I would. I remember these graphics used to be so revolutionary. Run, Leia, run! Okay. Let's see how these lights are set up in this hallway. Okay, so it looks like we got the fluorescence as well, all the way down in this next section. So we will pull in those same fluorescence that's a prefab right here. So I'll shrink that down. Press F. And we're going to basically line up our hallway with this. Oh, let's make sure it's at the top. Okay. And I'll put that there. And I'll duplicate. I'll set this down here. Nice little blood area that we can highlight. We'll put this at the corner / end of the hallway. Duplicate this down. We want to go to this area. That's a highlighted area. And we want to go over here because this is the corner of the room. We want to make sure that the player knows where to go. We want the player to go down to this area. And then when the player reaches this area, we can set another fluorescent light to kind of highlight this doorway that we want them to go into. So that fluorescent light will highlight that. Okay. And then let's go ahead and create an empty game object. Not liquor hallway. I want it to be a bottom floor. That's the bottom floor zombie hallway. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so I'm going to turn off liquor hallway because we don't need to see that. Oh, what is this? All right, this prop right here. You are in the wrong area. All right, this prop is good. Liquor hallway. And there you go. Go ahead and hide that. Okay, so now we're going to go into our press room. Let's see how this place is illuminated. Okay, it looks like we have... I don't see anything yet. I see no lights so far. Oh, I see these lights on the wall over here. So let's take a look at all assets, light. What's a good light source kit to put on the wall? Maybe something, you know, this one may actually be a decent one to do. Or it looks like this one has the tiny one right there. Decisions. Or we have the sci-fi one. I want to see this. I don't know. That looks a little too sci-fi-ish. But, you know, it may work. It looks too new, I guess. So let's try... I may... You know what? I may try the 1 through 3. Here's what I'm going to do. Because the 1 through 3, this one is not it. No, this one, no. This one. This one may work. I just want to make sure that these pieces are separated. And currently they're not. So let's just go ahead and show these in Explorer. It's number 3. I'm going to take this down over here. And I'm going to go ahead and go to my poly mode. I'll select these and these, U, W, and I'm going to select these. So it's going to select all those polygons. I'm going to right click and split them. So if I turn off this, those should disappear. Perfect. And then I'm just going to do File, Export, FBX. And then if I go back to my Unity file, this fluorescent now has 2 elements to it, which is perfect. So let me also make sure that this fluorescent has, yep, it has just the one material, so it's all good. I'm going to select this. Let's copy the transform. And I will paste the component value. And that will move this right over here. I'm going to adjust and rotate. And that's at 90 degrees, which is great. And you see this stuff sticking through the wall? I could select this now and just hide that. So that won't be visible. And I'm going to take these and reduce the size to like this big. Excellent. So I'll take that. And with that done, I also want to make sure I drop this in as a prefab. So I'll duplicate that, move this over, basically position those like so. All right. So let's see. This looks good. I want to watch the rest of this video. See where the light sources are. I don't see any yet. Oh, there it is. There's the fluorescent light at the top. Okay, so it looks like they have a couple of those big fluorescents up there. So I'll move one set right here, and I'll duplicate that, move the other set over here, and then from this angle I'll just move this up to the ceiling. Wow, guys, this is going to look really good. I am excited about this one. This is going to look extremely good. The shadows in here are going to be insane. I'm very excited about this one. Okay. Let's go ahead and turn these into an empty game object. Put that into the press room. And we're going to hide both of those. Open up the staircase to the second floor. And let's see what we use in this one. use fluorescence down this hallway, which is totally cool. So I think it's O2 that we want to drop this into. Let's zoom in. Let's bring the size down a little bit. And we'll put 2 fluorescents, one right here and one right here. We do have 2 doorways that we need to highlight. So let's make sure we put some light sources on these doorways so that the player understands where to go. So let's see. Interior. I may just put these into here. Let me copy this. So while I'm doing this, because this seems like a it's not a, ooh, I'm learning a ton of stuff right now. Sometimes it gets kind of a little slow. Okay. How is everybody handling things at home right now? Are you guys doing okay? Is everything going all right in your world? I guess I'm trying to do this delicately, but how are things going on due to the influx of this brand new coronavirus? I could tell you on my side of the world, man, like I feel like all of my clients have basically shut down. Let's see. I talked to one of them yesterday. He's trying to see if he's going to have a job in 2 weeks, which is kind of depressing. The other clients, I haven't heard from them. I think they're going to be shutting down their use for me for at least a little while. I would imagine at least a couple months. Man, like it's a big change, a big freaking change. Like not even slightly close to simple. I don't know. I'm curious to see, you guys, how are things changing with you? I know some of you are students, so you're going to probably just chill at home and do homework. But what about the rest of you? Like, what's going on with you? Let's see, I don't see anybody typing. Bring up my chat froze or not. Waiting for my day job to be shut down. Rumors are that the city may force them to close shop for a couple of weeks. Son of a bitch, dude. Sorry to hear that, dude. Yeah, man, I was talking to my brother about it, because, we were having this conversation. He was wondering what was going on in my world, and I'm like, I'm glad I had a really good month, or a really good couple of months, so that'll keep me afloat for a while. But damn, man, it's gonna hit hard, in the not so distant future. Uh, yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure how much it's going to affect people, but I know it's going to be. I'm more worried about the economic repercussions of this, because it's going to be pretty severe. Oh yeah, you are a mail publishing plant, Tom. Mm-hmm. That could be an issue. Well, I hope it doesn't shut down for you. I hope it keeps going. Yeah, 3 weeks of vacation time. Yeah, it's the best time to use it. I was talking to one of the guys, and he's like, "Yeah, we can't even use our vacation time. Like, we literally just got furloughed." So, damn, that's jacked up. That's messed up. Um, so, furlough, for those of you who don't know what it means, it's basically you're not fired, but you're not being paid. And sometimes they ask you to come into work for free. Like they did that to, what was it? Was it the post office when the budget didn't happen? They couldn't come to an agreement with the budgets. Uh, and so sometimes it happens with things like that, which kind of sucks. But yeah, like they got furloughed, so they're staying at home, saying, "Well, they'll call me when they need me," which I know they will, because the people I work with, highly talented, very smart individuals. It just, I don't think they were intending to take a vacation. So at this point in their life, so to speak. Um, so yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I'm curious to hear how things are going with you guys, and if you're experiencing a temporary layoff. Yeah, that's a great way to describe it. It's a temporary layoff. It's a you're definitely going to be kept around, just not right now, sort of thing. But yeah, no, I was talking to my wife about it. I'm like, dang, this is crazy. How, because I remember, was it maybe like a few weeks ago, I was like, oh my gosh, how am I going to keep up with all this work? I'm being slammed, I'm exhausted. And then instantaneously, like within a day, all right, no more work. I was like, oh, okay. I guess that answered my question right there. um yeah, I don't know, my friends. I hope we're able to push through this and it doesn't stick around that long. But I have a feeling that economically we're going to be feeling this for a while. I do not know. Get the beers. Are a bunch of you guys students, or are you more older individuals looking to get into game development? Let's see. I'm looking for a specific light. I can't find it right now. It's 1 through 3. Oh, it is this one. It's just, it looks huge here. Okay. Let's see. The boss looking to allow us to go into negative vacation time if it is needed, but that was in case of having to self quarantine. Oh man. So we actually had a case appear very close to us, actually. It showed up about a mile away at a gym. And fortunately, we don't go to that gym, but we didn't expect it to pop up there, you know? Um, so I was like, damn, oh man, it's already here. I was expecting it to take a lot longer to get to us, but apparently it was just like, ram, right there. So, yeah, that's never a good sign, I guess. I and then yeah, I was at the park yesterday, and some kid coughed next to my son. And I was like, "What the? Get away from my child!" um, yeah, ramen diet. I actually stocked up on ramen, like 2 or 3 days before, because I'm like, I don't know if I really need it, but I am super paranoid right now, and I have 2 children, and if they would rather eat anything than go hungry, so um, I don't know, man. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I think what's even more annoying right now is there's this weird politicizing of this disease, and that is getting me. It's grinding my gears for a lot of reasons. Um, but both sides seem to be taking advantage of this as a way to politicize, and that needs to just stop immediately, because it is downright wrong that people are acting like turds and using politics as a way to push that agenda. Let's see. Kimo Kisa says that everything is turning into campus learning, online learning. Not necessarily your thing, but it will keep you away from actually touching people who could potentially be sick. Um, it's understandable, and I agree. I mean, well, okay, I am a big fan of. Oh, hey, look at those lights right there. Let's try those. I was doing something a little different. Actually, I think my lights look better, but I'm gonna keep my lights instead. Um, you know, the distance learning. Okay, I personally think distance learning and online learning, it depends on the course and of course what you're going to be learning. But some of these things could easily be taught um, uh, at a university, um, online, especially especially technology, computer related. I almost feel like instead of going into a university filled with computers, why not go home and use your own computer, because that's eventually what you're going to work on. You're not going to work on a university computer. So let's get you set up to work on your system and kind of go from there. Um, and then the classes, since they're online, if you skip or are unable to make it, at least you can just watch a replay of it. I don't know. Certain ones I definitely don't agree with. I don't think you should take online courses for, but other ones I could see the value in it. The illusion of power is dissolving. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things going on, um, as far as money and all that other crap going on. I don't know. I don't know who's right, what's going to happen. I talked to a couple people who I really do trust, and the thing that scared them the most was the federal interest rate going to zero. They said that that is a big issue because, um, you know, basically with a federal interest rate of 0, um, it could lead to some very risky lending practices and investment behaviors. Um, which, when he kind of went into detail, I'm like, oh, that could be bad. So, yep, no, John's a and John's courses are very relevant for long distance and uh, training and education training because he even mentioned he's like, what benefit would it be if I was in the room with you? I would just be standing over your shoulder, breathing on the back of you, showing you how to code. Like what what are you going to gain from that? And it's true. Like, what exactly would you benefit from if he had to work like that with you? Just nothing. It's just you're better off just learning it long distance wise. Um, let's see. Oh, you could squeeze John, Kimokisa. He's very soft. He's getting pudgy in his old age. I'm kidding. He's not. Um, he's one two squeeze on Iron Danger. Talk to me about Iron Danger. Do you have a link to this game? It is more the question and answer I was always better at in a class training because I actually participated in the discussion. It's true. It's true. Yeah, that's a great point. But I mean, there's ways to do both. There's ways to like have online training to teach, and then there's like, all right, now let's sit down and review this together, ask your questions, do this as a group kind of thing. Um, there's definitely ways to pull that off interactively without actually having to be in the same location. I mean, we've done that with our Epic courses, and students responded really positively to it. So. Let's see. Yeah, no, there's uh, Tom mentioned there's a time lag between help, and you're absolutely right. There is a time lag. I can find it on Steam. Iron. Okay, I want to find this Iron. Iron Danger. Okay, let's take a look. I can open my Steam account. Oh, I hate it when it does that. All right. Don't do big picture, please. Okay, Iron Danger. Look at that. There it is. Ooh, it looks like Diablo. So, Kimo Kisa, have you worked on this project, or has your professor just worked on this project? I see a lot of timescales changes. And it has this Dota look. Very neat. Hey, you got to make sure that he posts this online, and that way we can feature it on Best of Made with Unity, because that's something cool that we'd like to always make sure that we show off. Let's see, your lecturer works on that project. It looks really cool. It looks really nice. It looks pretty polished. Time Stoppers is always a good one. Okay, come on, let's move past the whole pushing up metal or stone thing. Alright, so we got those fluorescents here as well. And we got lights on the side that highlight the stars room. So we'll just go ahead and do those big fluorescents too. Drop that in. Oh my goodness, guys. We're getting real close. Like real close. To where... oops, not fluorescent 3. I want fluorescent 2. Where we're going to be able to start doing some lighting in this thing. It's going to be awesome. Alright, so let's move this up to the top of our ceiling. And what we'll do is we'll go every other tile will be the light source. So, boom, just like that. And then I want to bring this up so that it goes through. Absolutely, Death Gamer. Yeah, go get some sleep, man. Get some rest. Yeah, we're just gonna keep pushing through, and then I am going to again try to get this to the point where then this whole section is all about lighting and environment, and then we can take this to the next level and work on this together. I think that would be so badass. That'd be so fun. We don't do that enough. So it'll be a good time. So yeah, come by tomorrow. I will be here. I'm going to start a little later. It'll be like 11 p.m. Eastern time because then I get to start streaming at 9. I don't do good waking up too early. Good night, buddy. You take care. FBX. All right, so I need to get a light over here. This looks pretty fancy. I may just use this one then. Move these over. Here, I'll just vertex snap to this wall. That will make my life a little easier. Press the F button. Let's take a look. I like that. I'll duplicate this over here. That's the entrance to the STARS office. I'll put this over here to highlight this area. And then we need to duplicate this light and move this down to this area. Let's vertex snap to this wall. There we go. 1 and 2. And I think the last section that requires light is the STARS office. So let's do that. Man, it is like climbing a mountain. We are almost there, friends. Let's turn this hallway, this area on. We'll save. And then let's go watch this. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4 fluorescents. They're all fluorescents in here. It looks like 6 total. Okay, this is going to be easy. So we need these ones right here. Let me press the F button so I can zoom in. All right. Put 1, 2, and then I'll do 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Grab these 2, duplicate these. 3, 4, 5, 6. And let's go to this view to make sure that these line up really well. Push these over here. Those look good. Make sure these are centered. Okay. All right. We did it. Whew. All right. We are on the home stretch. Let's go ahead and put this into here. Okay. Saving. All right. Here is what I'm going to do is let me go to my sample scene. RE2. Okay, so this is the RE2 file. If I right click on this and I do an export, it's going to grab everything. It's going to grab all the goodness that we've been creating in this entire scene. And I'm going to verify. So I got textures, I got 3D characters, environments, props, and vegetation, which is correct. So I got 3D environments, props, vegetation. I don't need plugins. I don't need extensions right now. It's just 2D and 3D. I don't need the material. I just need the scenes. And all right, I think this should be it. So I can export this, and I am going to put this as RE2. What should I call it? Starter level. And I'll hit save. And we are going to package this all together in one beautiful assembly. Okay, so while this is running, I'm going to take a quick breather, freshen up, and just show you guys quickly what we're doing with another set of commercials. Thank you, buddies, for hanging in here and watching this stuff. I know you're probably like, I don't want to see another Pro commercial, but this is how we make our money, guys. So I'll be right back.
Introducing the Game Dev HQ Pro Membership, a brand new subscription-based service aimed at helping you succeed as a game developer. This service gives you access to powerful tools, amazing assets, and easy-to-follow certifications to make you become a legit Unity 3D game developer and software engineer. Get instant access to over 100 hours of authorized training available through our built-in custom streaming platform. Earn your game developer certification and software engineer certifications by developing games for 2D, 2.5D, 3D, mobile, and even AR. The Game Dev HQ Pro membership also provides the easiest, most powerful, and enjoyable tool to give you the freedom to create. Introducing Filebase, an amazing tool built for Unity 3D that gives you access to thousands of video game assets developed by our in-house team of artists, from weapons, tools, props, vegetation, vehicles, systems, and even entire levels. You'll see how incredibly easy and enjoyable game development can be. Your membership's value will continue to grow through the year as new assets are added on a weekly basis and can even be requested. We have made it our goal to help you not only enter the world of game development, but successfully build and publish your game. The Pro membership also includes a growing library of custom-built challenges and a vault filled with live Pro Workshop content. This Game Dev HQ Pro membership provides you a powerful set of tools and training that makes learning game development easier than ever before. Log on to GameDevHQ.com right now to learn how the Game Dev HQ Pro membership can become your game development solution.
It's time to make 2020 your year with the Ultimate Game Jam by Game Dev HQ. You've taken the courses, you've built the levels, and you know how to make a game. And now it's time to show your stuff. The Game Jam starts today and ends on September 30th, 2020. Yes, that is a full 8 months to build your game. But there's a catch. Your game has to be completed and published. No levels, no EXEs, no work in progress. We're talking about a finished game from beginning, middle, and end. It has to also be monetizable, either through ads or DLC or a sales price. No free games. It needs to be published to a mass market delivery channel such as Steam, consoles, iOS, or Android. We will only play games we can buy or download through portals the average gamer can access. No exceptions. Finally, this game has to be built this year. If you want to pillage off of old games, that is fine, but no turning in a game that you've worked on for the past 5 years. You may ask why. Because the top 10 finishers will get an in-depth video promo advertising their game in November and December of 2020.
The top 3 winners will earn the grand prize, 1 year of promotion by Game Dev HQ on the Best of Made with Unity videos. The first place will be featured on 2 of the 4 monthly videos, while the runner-ups will split the last 2 videos. We estimate over 2.5 million views in 2021, and every week you will have a chance to have your game featured as an ad for an entire year. This is why we need your game to be complete and monetizable. We're giving up thousands of dollars of potential ad revenue to market your game for free, and we are doing this to help you, the indie developers, succeed. There is no theme, there is no restriction of scope. The sky is the limit. Work by yourself, work as a team, or work with other groups. Stop dreaming about the game you hope to build one day and make 2020 the year that changes the rest of your life. If you've never built a game before, sign up for the Game Dev HQ Pro experience and jump over to our courses to learn how to build a 2D, a 2.5D, a 3D, a first-person shooter, or any other game. Need assets? Our Pro membership gives you access to thousands of game assets. Need assistance? Pro members can ask help on our Discord channel, and we may even dedicate one of our weekly workshops to help you figure out your problem. We will do our best to give you the tools, but you will have to be willing to put in the work for the next 8 months to change your life. Reach out, share ideas, and meet other team members on our Discord channel at GameDevHQ, and hashtag MadeWithUnity on Twitter to possibly be featured in one of our best ofs throughout the year so everyone can get excited about the amazing game you and your team are developing. Your clock starts now. Your deadline is September 30th. A new future for you can begin as early as next year as a published game developer, earning thousands of dollars doing what you love with the support from your buds at GameDevHQ.com. We cannot wait to see what you create, and let the games begin, my friends.
Do you want to learn to draw professional and impressive artwork from scratch that will blow people's minds? I'm Scott Harris, professional illustrator, painter, and artist. My character drawing course on Udemy has helped thousands of students gain the art skills they need to draw well, and I can teach you too. For a limited time, get up to 75% off my best-selling Udemy course. Just click the button below to get started now. Over 25 hours of in-depth training will teach you to draw professionally, whether you're young or old, a beginner, or you have some experience. From absolute drawing basics like shape and form to advanced drawing principles including gestures and composition. Learn at your own pace, anywhere, and on any device. I'm so confident that my course will teach you to draw to a professional level. There's even a 100% money-back guarantee. No questions asked. Thousands of students have made their art dreams a reality. What are you waiting for? Sign up now with the button below, risk-free with a special discount. And let's get started.
To fly a rocket ship, you need to be an optimist. No astronaut launches for space with their fingers crossed. That's not how we deal with risk. What I learned from 21 years as an astronaut is that the more you know, the less you.
Every week, we scour the internet to find the most amazing, creative, and jaw-dropping content developed in Unity. This is Game Dev HQ, and enjoy the best of Made with Unity. Leading off, Growing on Mesh Surfaces by Jason Webb. Experimenting with Portals by Sebastian League. Test 412 Floating Particles by Wenzi. Fire Magic Circle by Hovel Studios. Time Progression by The Enigma. The Phalanx APC's mid-legs morph into dual anti-infantry cannons by Project Sky. Heard Y'all Like Cloth Physics by Marty Walker. Get Kunai now on PC and Switch by Turtle Blaze. The link is below. The Final Earth-like Planet for Exo 1 by Jay Weston. The link is below. Working on Shadows for Drift On by Spoke Dev. Gates Generator by Alexi.
Okay. Alright. Now we back. Now we back. Okay. It exported. How brutal is it? Look at that. 1.38 gigabytes. That's the size of this thing. But it's our starter file. All right. Guess what? You use assets in a video game, it gets big. I'm going to save that into my Dropbox. And get that going. Okay. Alright, while doing that, I just want to take a look at this beauty. I think we have a gorgeous scene ready to go. This thing's going to be badass. Totally freaking badass. Okay, so what I'm thinking about doing is I'm going to close down this file because I don't want to mess with this. You know, I want to keep this the way it is. Let's shut this one down and let's create a new project. And let's import these assets in to make sure this crap works. Because I know how technology is. Alright, now you close this. Close these 3. And then I'm going to start up a brand new Unity file. 1.21 gigabytes. And in here, I'm going to use 2019.3. And we will use let's do universal. And RE2 lighting. And I'm going to drop this into my E drive. I'll create a new folder. Select that folder and hit create. Now, I haven't had a chance to really play too much with the new universal rendering pipeline, so this should be interesting. Let's pop open a drink. It is diet, which is important. Project is initializing. It's taking some time. It's thinking. All right. Come on, Unity. Let's go. Oh my god, this is why I get so frustrated with Unity and their pipelines. This is what they need to stop right now, is this crap. Why is it taking me 10 minutes to start a new project? This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I don't want their example assets. I can't emphasize this enough. Unity, stop this. This is BS. I don't want this. Look at this project. I mean, I already got scripts in it that I don't want. Oh boy. Look at this thing. It's already starting to auto-generate lighting. a simple camera controller. This is my frustration right now. Presets, materials. Here's the example assets. I'm just curious. Show me an Explorer. 16, 18 megabytes. I don't need this. I really don't. I don't need their stuff right now. It's just so annoying. Okay, I need to create a new folder. And Unity stuff. And I'm going to drop all their stuff in there because I just don't need it. Unity stuff. Scenes, scripts, settings. Oh my god, this thing is so slow. Tutorial info. Your readme. Just go away. Go away. Okay. Oh boy. Control A, then delete. Yeah. Okay, I don't want their 17 megs worth of stuff because I got 1.1 gigabytes worth of stuff to drop in. All right, here's my RE2 starter level. Let's make sure that this is all good stuff coming in. Yes, import. All right. Did you hear Tom Brady's leaving the Patriots? What the F is going on? Why? Why would he leave the Patriots? My goodness. I am, let's see, Ors, I am literally just starting a download of the universal rendering pipeline and dropping in the RE2 project. I want to make sure this works first before I put it up. And the pipeline is correct before we do anything major, because I mean it's a big project file, so I want to make sure everyone's good with it first. Okay, it is sitting here thinking, importing. It's a lot of stuff we put into this scene. Okay. RE2. Okay. Let's see. Assets. Edit. Render pipeline. Universal render pipeline. Upgrade project materials. Proceed. All right. Let's turn everything on. Let's take a look. Power on. There we go. So here we are inside the universal render pipeline. Let's see. A couple things. The plant. So let's take a look. I need to open up my GameDev HQ Filebase. Here, let me actually drop in my downloads 3.1.1. And I will import that in. Okay, and then let me make sure. I gotta float around my scene to make sure everything is looking good. Okay, and then I'm going to go to AlHeck. I'm going to rescan. Yes. And it's going to find all my assets in my project. Gosh. Oh my god, this thing is amazing. Okay. So here are all my assets. So apparently this plant right here is not rendering its material. So let's take a look at the leaves. We are using speed tree, nature, speed tree number 8, and it doesn't like that. So if I go to nature, speed tree 8, it likes that. So I got to make sure I go to these. And right now you have the regular nature. You got to go to the URP nature. And that cleans that up. Okay, so let's look around this scene. Find any other flaws. I don't see anything else. Let's go to this area right here. Looking pretty clean. Looking pretty nice. I see no pink areas. This is good. Moving through. All the way in this bottom floor. Let's get to this section. This looks good. Blood. We have some problems with blood. Okay, so where's the blood at? Blood, blood, blood. One, two, three, for, there you are, locate. There's the blood material. Universal render pipeline. Lit. Let's go 2D. That's sprite default. Let's see if this has a normal. But it gets rid of my my other metallic element as well. So I don't like that. So universal render pipeline, lit, transparent. There we go. So they don't have, it's just opaque and transparent. There's no cutout anymore. Interesting. Okay, so that's good. This is good. It's clean in here. Let's go into this back room. Looks good in here. Nothing gigantic and pink and ugly. Fly through here. Let's go check out this office. Office looks good. Second story. Flying through here. We have this hallway. And we got the main office. Okay, guys. Nothing's broken, right? I don't see anything else that could potentially be wrong that I noticed in this entrance area. And it was pretty simple. Upload universal render pipeline. Upgrade in edit. Render pipeline. Universal render pipeline. Upgrade the materials. And then we had to fix the plant to use the speed tree 8. And we had to fix the blood splatters to make sure that they had transparency. Out of those 4 things, we pretty much have our whole environment set to go. And I think everything looks pretty good. The next thing that you want to do before you do any sort of lighting is you want to go to your player settings and it's already set to linear, so we don't have to worry about that. Linear is very important when it comes to this stuff. Does this have the post-processing stack attached to it? Let's see. This is default renderer forward. Yep. Post-processing. Let's see. I'm just curious. So it looks like, do we still need to add the post-processing stack? Let's do package manager into URP. Can I show just packages and project? Okay, so it just has the URP. It doesn't have the post-processing, which is right here. So we're going to install this. Just want to make sure everything is fine and dandy before we start getting to work. let's see. So looks like some things have changed. Post-processing. Let's see, volume would be the thing, so we want a layer. And we want to create a post-processing layer. So create a empty game object. And this will be main, actually entrance. And this will be the volume. And we're not going to set this to global because our post-processing is going to change in every single room. So we want to make sure that our camera is using the proper post-processing and it's doing the correct layer. So this, we need to set this layer to post-processing. So this is now post-processing, and it's going to use this profile. Do I need to create a new profile? Show me where it is. Okay. So I don't need this then. And then this is post, and then my main hallway is set to post. I will do fast anti-aliasing. Let me check out the game view. Actually, here, I'll go this view, and I'll do Shift F. This will take me here. And let me just turn off anti-aliasing to see if I notice. Nothing yet. It's in the main camera. Let me see my post-processing profile. Unity, I'm just going to do an exposure. Color grading, exposure. Let's bring this down. And then in-game mode, make sure, let's see, do we have to click on that button that says we are using a post-processing? Let's see. All right. Things are a little different. Okay, so that's set to fast. So has this changed? Is this now the post-processing stack? Oh, gosh. Did they adjust this? This is interesting. Oh, you have to enable post-processing on the camera. Okay. So I enabled it. So let me look at my post. I'm just going to turn this on to global, just for giggles. And this should be affecting my project. My main camera is on the post-processing. This is set to post-processing. I didn't reverse that. Let's see. I added the volume component to the post-processing tag, and I set its weight to global. You don't use universal rendering pipeline? Really? All right. Let's take it out then. Post-processing. Let's remove this. All right. So that's gone. Post. Then now you have to use the post-processing stack in here. Well, yeah, guys. I mean, this works directly for the post-processing for what you have here. But what about adding the profiles? Add the volume component. Oh, get the F out. No. Really? Oh my gosh. So they embedded it. Oh my gosh. So local and global. Oh, look at that. Now it's on here. Huh. So color adjustments. So I'm just going to knock that to there. I set this to global. And do I have to set this to a layer now? Where did that change? Let's see. Do you guys still have to set this to... Oh, look at that. You don't even have to set it to a layer. They changed so much. Well, that's nice that they did that finally. Did they adjust the collider? Oh, they built the collider into it now. Get the F out. No way. That's so nice. Oh my gosh. You know, that is something that has been a real feature that, would have been really nice to have. Oh my goodness. Look at that, guys. Oh. Okay, so I learned something new today. Look at that. Awesome. Okay, so clearly post processing works now. What else changed? What else did they add? They added a bloom, a channel mixer, chromatic aberration, color curves, color lookup. Gotta look at that. Depth of field. They added that in this one. Oh wow. They didn't have that functioning very well. Uh, so that's a nice gain. Film grain they had, lift gamma, motion blur. I think that's a new thing in Universal Pipeline. Panini projection. I don't know what this is. I like that you can adjust shadows, split toning, tone mapping, vignette, white balance. Ooh, wow. Still no AO. I think that's coming, but this is really, really cool. Okay, so it looks like, guys, we got everything that we need to actually fiddle around with lighting. And it's great because now I have to learn a little more. Like I could take what I know for 2019.2 and apply it to 2019.3. I may not know where all the buttons are, but I kind of know the theory behind it all. I'm very excited about this because in the old days you had to create the object and then put a collider on top of it to get people get it to where you can mix between different post-processing zones. So to have it built in, it's very cool. Very, very neat, very, very interesting. All right. So we have a choice here, and let's just talk openly. We can start messing around with lighting, which I don't think you guys want. Or what I could do is I could spend a little bit of time and then tomorrow we can jump back on. It'll give me some time to play around with this too, but it will give you guys time to download this RE2 starter level package, which I can get up onto Filebase, so you guys can mess around with lighting with me, and we can build this together. So I offer you guys the option. What do you feel like doing? And what I'm also interested in is where's the fog? Depth of field. Remove. Yeah, you guys want to just I'll get it up onto Filebase and we can all do this craziness together. And where is in post processing the fog, or is it still in edit rendering lighting? Yeah, rendering window rendering light settings. It's still in here. It's still in light settings. Okay, so it's still over in this world. Yeah, it's still in this world right here. Interesting. Oh, guys, this is going to be so fun. Now, all right, another question I have is in the old version, you could turn on the ability to view your scene. Ah, it's right here. There we go. Now I can see post-processing effects inside the game. Ah, this is so exciting. So exciting. Okay. So let me see. Yep. it just doesn't do the um, doesn't do the what you call it anti-aliasing. Okay. All right, then that's what we'll do. So we're gonna pause on this. I'm gonna let everybody else catch up because I had a jump start. Really cool to see post-processing built in now. And then I'm going to get the RE2 starter level up onto Filebase. And then tomorrow we're going to start at 11 p.m. Eastern, which is, or 11 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Mountain, which is where I'm at. Because East Coast is 2 hours ahead of me. Yes. And then we'll work on lighting, and let's make this place look beautiful. All right, guys. So other than that, if there's nothing else, I will take the stream. I'm going to try to get yesterday's and today's up on the vault, and then we will go from there, folks. All right. So I guess that's pretty much it. Just let me know if you guys need anything else, and we will catch up, I guess, tomorrow. All right, guys. Thank you for hanging out. I'm going to end the stream now, and I will catch you later. Tomorrow, then. Have a great day, guys.